Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's planning meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor, and I'm chairman of the planning committee here at Fenland at present. Welcome to all those members on the press and the public who are joining us via the live stream. Before we begin, please may I take this opportunity to remind everyone to turn their mobiles and computers to silent and ensure that when using microphones, the red light is on and then turned off when you've finished speaking. And of course, if you can, bring the microphones towards you so it's clear, it's obviously clearly on YouTube. So now we'll go to agenda item number 1. I'd like to ask member services if we have any apologies for absence. Joe, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies received from Councillor Gershner. Councillor Marks is en route from another meeting, but he'll be slightly delayed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to agenda item number 2, which is urgent items. There are none. However, agenda number 5 has been withdrawn. Agenda item number 3 is declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn, and can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any agenda item today. Thank you. Joe, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Joe. As always, whenever there's an application from Morton Hall, I do know Matthew Hall. He's done work for me in the past. In fact, he's doing some more work for me at the moment. He's also been involved in the Growing Fenland project at Chatteris, which I've been involved in as well, so I do know Matthew. Items 9 and 13 today, they have been before Chatteris Town Council. I'm a member of Chatteris Town Council, but I take no part in the planning or the discussion, and certainly not in the voting on it, so I keep out of that. And item 7 today is ex-councillor Sutton, who I know through being a councillor, and it's only really through being a councillor that I know him. I've never been to his house, he's never been to my bungalow, and I don't socialise with him either, so I feel that I can make a decision on this one today. Other than that, fairly clear today, Joe.
Yeah, Councillor Benny, I've just asked for clarity on agenda item 13, please.
Yeah, item 13, I've spoken to the legal officer here today, and because I know the applicants, he has advised me, as he did last time, and because I stood away from it last time, he's advised me to stand back from this one today as well.
Thank you. Councillor Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I attend Doddington Parish Council as I am the FDC and County Councillor for those administrations, but take no part in planning at all. I'm received to be determined on agenda item number 9, and I'm advised by Stephen Turnbull, sitting to the right, the solicitor sitting to the right, that I should stand aside for the entirety of the application, and I will hand over to my Vice Chairman, Charlie Marks, to conduct the said application. I received messages from a third party regarding agenda item number 13, and I've referred them to contact officers regarding the application, which I believe they have done. But that goes without saying, I will keep an open mind on the application. And also, application number 7, Will Sutton was a councillor at FDC and a member of this committee until May last year, 2023. But again, I will listen to officers and speakers and keep an open mind on the application. I'd also like to say that I don't socialise with Councillor Sutton at all, and as I said, I shall keep an open mind on the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Mrs French.
Thank you. I'm a member of Marchtown Council, but don't take any part in any Marchtown applications. Also, the same as Councillor Connor, I worked well with Councillor Sutton when he was in the council, but he's not a personal friend and I don't meet him.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hicks.
Yeah, there's no declarations from me today.
Thank you. Councillor Maffeden.
Thank you. No declarations either. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Marks will have to make his declarations when he arrives for the meeting today.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Right, now we'll go to the main part of the meeting. Members should only make a proposal on a planning application when invited to do so. However, I'll be initially asking if anybody is going to propose the officer's recommendation. Clearly, if no proposal is forthcoming or the proposal fails, I will be then looking for an alternative proposal. Members are reminded that such a proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Nick Harding. He's the head of planning here at Fenland to present application FYR 23. Thank you.
Is a full application for 48 dwellings accessed from Wimbledon Road. It's a 100% affordable scheme. The extent of the site is shown on this picture, on the plan on the left and on the aerial photo on the right hand side. The access to Wimbledon Road is quite obvious in that regard. This is the proposed layout, and as you can see, it's an enclosed site, so it's in effect a cul-de-sac. It doesn't extend into the wider broad location for growth area. You'll see that it's got areas of open space, balancing pond, and the like. Here's some visuals of the proposed development. So this is a bungalow property at the road frontage, and these are pictures of the proposed properties within the development, a mix of 1 and 2 story. So we're satisfied with the appearance of the proposed dwellings. The key issue in relation to this particular development is the broad location for growth. So that's shown with the north, south, east, west arrows at the bottom of this particular slide, and the application site forms part of this. And this falls under policy LP 9 within the adopted local plan. And under LP 7, there's essentially the requirement for a broad concept plan to be in place, against which individual planning applications will be assessed to deliver a piecemeal development in accordance with a master plan for the development of the site. And in that way, it can be ensured that there's good connections through and beyond the development. We don't have an adopted BCP for this site, so any decision made on this application would be without the benefit of that master plan being available for you to consider this proposal against. So the applicant has indicated that they've written to all registered landowners and indicated that the majority provided positive responses, but some key landowners did not reply, and others were not contactable. They go on to say that they had discussions with owners of the land immediately to the west of the application site. And just to give you some context, those owners only have control of probably about 1/6 of the site. So not that great in all things. And that particular landowner, it's indicated that they've got access to their particular parcel via Knight's End Road, and that this particular landowner has no objection to this proposed development. So I think my throwback questions are, well, we don't know exactly what was put to all the other registered landowners, so we don't know what they said yes to, what they didn't say yes to, and it is a bit strange to only have discussions with a landowning party that only have a modest control of part of the site. Our concern is that this particular application site, if we go back to the aerials, it does form quite an important potential link to serve the wider development. It's located towards the top end of the broad location for growth area, and is in close proximity to the secondary school, for example. So if you're developing the land to the west and to the southwest of this application site, then you're potentially, by making this a cul-de-sac site, you are potentially not providing a convenient and direct route for pedestrians and cyclists to, for example, the secondary school. The other thing I would say in relation to the comments of access to Knight's End Road, none of that has been tested, so we don't know what the capability of the access point is to Knight's End Road through this third-party land, and also we don't know whether or not the junction of Knight's End Road with Wimbledon Road, what alterations need to be made to that to accommodate wider development, and whether or not there's enough space within the adopted highway to be able to facilitate those works. So again, we're in this situation whereby the bird in the hand, so to speak, is 100% affordable housing, 48 units, but as a consequence of accepting that, the price that you may be paying is not getting further affordable housing and potentially other developments which isn't as well connected. That opportunity might well be lost. Turning to the trees, I think the agent is quite right to flag up the inconsistency in the officer report, and I take full responsibility for that. I didn't check the report thoroughly enough to reflect my feelings on the situation. So to be frank about it, the case officer thought that it was acceptable to see the loss of the street tree in order to facilitate 48 dwellings. I disagree from a professional point of view. I don't think that, given the quantum of development and the fact that you're stymieing potentially the wider development of the site, I don't think it is appropriate to lose the trees. If the wider development came forward and this particular access provided a more strategic function, then I think it would be a price worth paying to see tree loss. So, Chairman, the recommendation is for refusal on the grounds that the scheme is contrary to the adopted local plans proposals in respect of the preparation of a BCP and having that strategic master plan in place for the determination of decisions on applications within the broad location for growth area. And secondly, I do stand by the tree reason for refusal as well. To update committee, you've got the update report in front of you, which brings to your attention a number of additional representations that have come forward, including the agent's comments on the application. One thing I would comment is in relation to the need or not for a Section 106 to secure the 100% affordable scheme. The argument over whether or not it is or it isn't required is not a matter of should this get refused or approved. It's a minor background technical issue. My experience is very often that the registered social providers don't want the 106 to specify 100% affordable housing because for reasons I couldn't comment on, it does affect their availability to access grant funding. But if at the end of the day, if committee is minded to approve this application and the applicant is happy to enter into a 106 to secure 100% affordable housing on the understanding it's not going to ruin the chances of grant funding, then that's perfectly fine. As I said, it's not a killer point for us as a team of officers. And finally, the applicant has indicated that they are they could be minded to amend the scheme so that a strategic road link is facilitated by this scheme. But obviously we're at the point where the committee report has been published, it's on the agenda, and therefore you have to consider the application as submitted. And I shall stop there, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Very comprehensive. Indeed it was. And very informative. So we have two speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite Andy Brand and Azhar Ahmed, applicants, to make their presentation in committee. When you're ready, you've got 5 minutes between you. Okay. No rush when you're ready. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, and good afternoon, members and officers. My name is Andy Brand, and I'm the Planning Director of Abbey Properties, Cambridgeshire Limited. I'm joined today by Azhar Ahmed, who is the Assistant Development Director at our delivery partner, Accent Group. Accent are currently delivering new affordable homes across Fenland, and we've been working with them on this site, and this full planning application includes their proposed house types. The committee report before you today identifies a scale of the affordable housing deficit within which Fenland faces. Over 800 households are on the council's waiting list with a preference to live in March alone. The need across Fenland is for over 1,800 households. This proposal can provide an affordable home for 48 of those households. If you were to grant planning permission today, then Accent would be on site within the first half of this year. We were surprised by the recommendation to refuse planning permission today. We have been working for some time with the planning officer to successfully address matters in respect of drainage and highway considerations. As you've heard, there are some inconsistencies within the report or inaccuracies. Just to clarify, in terms of the Section 106 agreement, our proposal is that there would be 100% affordable housing as part of that agreement. Paragraph 10.3 of the report also suggests that the site is not within the settlement boundary of the emerging plan. That is incorrect. The site is within that settlement boundary. And as we've heard regarding the trees, the report does suggest that the two trees don't warrant refusal. In relation to the loss of the trees, the report also doesn't confirm that we will be planting 70 new trees as part of the development, and this does include new trees facing Wimbledon Road. The local highway authority has required the removal of the trees due to highway safety factors. We would have preferred to maintain the trees, but we can't. It also follows that the trees will require removal, as we've heard, to facilitate further development through the broad location for growth for South West March. We also strongly feel that the delivery of 48 new affordable homes, coupled with the planting of 70 new trees, should be given determinative weight here. And we also agree with the conclusion in paragraph 10.24 of the report that the gap arising from the loss of the two trees is not much different to other existing large gaps along Wimbledon Road. With regard to the first reason for refusal, this relates to the requirement for a broad concept plan, or BCP, which was set out within the 2014 local plan. And as you've heard before submitting our application here, we did write to 14 other landowners to invite them to come together to formulate a BCP. Fundamentally, there was insufficient interest in producing a BCP. This reflects the fact that since 2004, no BCP has been forthcoming. As you heard, one of the major landowners, the Fisher Parkinson Trust, who own land immediately to the west of our application site, and they benefit from access from Knightsend Road, and they are able to facilitate access to the South West March BCP to the west of their own site. It's noted that there are no objections to this proposal in respect of BCP matters from other landowners, nor indeed March Town Council. We've therefore found ourselves in a position whereby we're seeking to deliver 48 new affordable homes to address an urgent need which creates a technical conflict with local plan policy LP7. We have been unable to progress a BCP given the lack of any appetite of other landowners to do so. So that conflict, in our view, needs to be rationalised against the following. Firstly, there remains the ability, if required, to take access to the west from our site. The layout includes a road along that boundary. The layout does not preclude access being taken to the west. It also includes pedestrian access through our site. Secondly, the BCP requirement has not been taken up by the landowners of the South West March location for growth, despite being in policy for 10 years. The emerging plan obviously seeks to remove that requirement, which seemingly recognises that the policy has been ineffective. And finally, the council has approved other schemes in the South West March BCP area without a BCP being in place. As a compromise, we would be willing to have a planning condition requiring the access to the west to be reviewed as the development progresses. Being a full application, we do not wish to amend the plan formally at this stage, as it would then require the formation of an access road which could lead to nowhere. Accent are very willing to work with the adjoining landowners to the west to enable access between the parcels, but their clear aim is to deliver 48 new affordable homes in the short term. The likelihood is that development at this application site would actually stimulate activity within the local area, whilst also providing those 48 families with a new affordable home. In this case, in our view, members are entitled to apply determinative weight to delivery of affordable housing, which in our view significantly outweighs any suggested harm. We therefore urge the Planning Committee to approve this full application to enable this development to progress later this year. As I was going to mention about Accent quickly.
Thank you. Accent Housing are the
Got
second
30 seconds.
second largest stockholder in Fenland. We're V1 and G1 rated. We've increased our development programme for 890 new homes. In Fenland now, we have currently 230 new affordable homes under construction, investing £49.4 million into Fenland and £13.6 million of grant. We've got other pipeline schemes in Fenland which bring a total of £94 million and £30 million of grant towards Fenland, hopefully to deliver 413 new affordable homes.
I'm afraid that's your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Now, members, put questions to Mr. Brand or Mr. Ahmed. If you'd like to ask a question, please can you raise your hand and indicate who you're asking the question of. So, members, question time. Councillor French.
Thank you. This is to Mr. Brand. You say that are these homes going to be for local people? Because it's local people who are on the register.
I think it's a question for me.
I don't mind who
Oh, yeah,
answers.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter who answers the
Okay,
question, as
no
long as it's
problem.
answered correctly and truthfully.
Yeah, we will be signing a nomination. Sorry, we'll be signing a nomination agreement with Fenland District Council, and the people that live in these homes will come from Fenland District Council's waiting list.
Fair comment then. Anybody else got any more questions? Because I've got one. No? Okay, I'll answer mine then. Okay. Just can you reiterate, it's my view, it's not the council experience that the housing associations do not wish to have 100% affordable schemes subject to 106 agreements, but because it prevents grants from being accessed. It is usually the case that S106s seek only to require the amount of affordable housing in line with policy, no more. So has the situation changed, and could you clarify that with
Yes,
the
it
Planning
has.
Committee?
Homes England are quite satisfied to provide grant on all homes on 100% affordable sites, as long as there's no private properties on their private sale units to subsidise affordable. They're quite happy to do that. We've done that on 2 sites already in Fenland, and I've got probably 15 sites in South Cambridgeshire and Huntingdonshire where the Section 106s are 100% affordable.
Okay, that's fair enough. So that's good. Councillor French again, thank you.
Thank you. And again, I don't mind who answers. The National Health Service are looking, because obviously our doctors are at capacity, and we're looking for £39,547. I see that most of the stuff that you're prepared to give to education, if this planning application was approved, would you be content that the National Health Service are actually included in that amount? I'm not asking you to provide more, but to take some away. 547.
I think that yeah, I'll take that one. The expectation was that there wouldn't be any financial contribution because it is an all affordable scheme essentially. It'd be something I guess for committee to consider in that context.
Sorry, if I can come back, I'm not asking for additional. I'm asking for that 39 to be deducted from some of the primary school.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any sort of contribution in terms of any financial planning obligation as such. It does talk about it within the report in terms of the expectation is that for affordable housing schemes there won't be any financial contribution in lieu of obviously the benefits for delivering the affordable housing itself. That's the position.
I have to say that disappoints me. You're talking about 48 homes. You're probably talking possibly 150, 200 extra people. and the doctors are already full. How do you expect people who live in your site to actually cope?
It's a fair comment, and I'll perhaps put it back to members to consider. If the recommendation, if you were to essentially grant planning permission subject to that Section 106 agreement, I think if you were to tell us that that had to be in that Section 106 agreement, I don't think we'd object to that.
Yeah, I can only can reiterate what Councillor French has said. We've got, best part of 150, 200 people there, and as we all know, sitting around this table, getting a doctor's appointment, dentist appointment, and national health appointment is like absolutely, well, just shocking. So another 200 people or somewhere like that certainly will not do it any good. So I would certainly be looking, if I was looking to, as chairman, be looking to vote for this in the affirmative, I would certainly be looking for that monies to go into the National Health Service, certainly. Thank you. Members, questions, clarifications to officers? It is now their time to be put on the spot. Councillor French?
Thank you. Nick, you did actually say this is 100% affordable. You did actually say this could actually stifle some more affordables on that area. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, so the starting point for this situation is the fact that we've got a large area which is identified for development within the adopted local plan. That area has not been subject to any strategic analysis to identify where there are appropriate access points to serve all of that development area. There's been no analysis of any on-site constraints, be it archaeology, flooding, or what have you. So the risk is that if you approve this development here, you might be losing a key access point which could go on to serve the rest of the site, or a significant part of the site, and therefore that land couldn't come forward for development and deliver future affordable housing. So that's the position.
Did you want to come back, Councillor French, on that?
Yeah,
I'll take Councillor
Hicks.
Hicks
I mean,
after.
obviously, the land, I know exactly the land you're talking about. They've had over 25 years to develop that. I know that, that they've done the BCPs and various things, and there's 20 odd owners of the land, and they will not come together. Because this is affordable, and we're desperate for affordables. I mean, we're desperate for homes, but affordable don't come up like this. It's entirely up to the rest of the owners to get together and do the BCPs. That's all I'm going to say at this time.
Okay, that's fine, Councillor French. Thank you. Councillor Hicks, your turn. Thanks.
Yeah, there is potentially another access point. As you're leaving March, just before Mill Hill Garage, there's actually, on that piece of land there, so there is another access point for the future there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, that is quite correct to state that, but the point is that's located at the bottom of the site. So you have a chunk of this wider development area all accessing Wimbledon Road at the bottom, whereas what you would want to facilitate is a more convenient route for traffic and for pedestrians and cyclists, so that they're using a more convenient route through the site and more directly towards the likes of the secondary school. And the loss of this as a potential access point would prevent that from being delivered.
You're finished, Councillor Hicks, have you? Or you want to come back?
I hear what Nick's saying, but I don't necessarily agree with that, because sometimes you can get a really long road and that'll just fill in all around the corner there. So he's got his opinion, I've got mine. So
Well, absolutely correct. Councillor French.
Yeah, as you know, as a county councillor, there are new schools proposed through county council in March, we haven't got enough, we won't have enough places in secondary, or so I can't take much weight on what Nick said about the school, because there's County Council owns some land on March West, and there's a planned school going there, and also we're having a special education needs school built in Barrymore Road within the next 18 months.
Indeed, we have, Councillor French. Did anybody want to add to ask officers clarifications anytime? No? No? Oh, Councillor Benny, thank you, just in time.
Yeah, nick of time. I mean, it says it's closing off an access point. Why could there not be an access off the bottom of the road? You come down the main road, turning left or right, you could extend that straight on into that site. I mean, that to me, you could. So
You
it
could,
doesn't.
but that's not included in the proposal.
No, but equally, what is proposed here is not the BCP. It's a standalone site, isn't it? So, yeah. I mean, so potentially there could be an access through here into that BCP land.
No, because it's not provided for in this planning proposal.
Physically, could it be built if there was negotiation between the landowners to agree?
I would say that this
Theoretically.
layout does not lend itself very well at all to that happening.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I may, Chairman, comment on the questions that were put to the applicant and the agent, sorry, the agent and the RSL. In terms of wider contributions to the likes of health and education, the council's policy, adopted policy, is that when a scheme is 100% affordable, we don't ask for those contributions, and that's stated in your committee report, Chairman.
I've got a question to come back on that one if nobody else has. Right, but we could make a recommendation, a very strong recommendation, agreed by the applicant agent, that we requested that, and they would, and they're here to hear, listening to what we say, and I can't see any pushback on it at all. They could do it as a voluntary basis, knowing full well, couldn't we? Even though we're not can't condition it.
Through you, Chairman, the committee has to make a resolution on this application, and that resolution has to identify the grounds on which you are making that decision. So, if you are granting planning permission, it's going to be subject to a 106 to secure 100% affordable housing,
Yep.
conditions which you will delegate to officers,
Yep.
and you must make a decision on whether or not you want to throw into that Section 106 shopping list the contributions to health and education. You'd have to do that, because if you didn't include that in your decision, then there's no there's nothing to bind, so to speak, the applicant from moving forward and signing said agreement.
Well, I think
voluntary.
I'm getting a steer from the committee. That's what we would do. I don't know, Councillor French.
Yes, my understanding is this committee will make that decision on Section 106s, and it has to be made today prior to permission given.
Correct. Just to reiterate, we could do that while we're on officer question time.
Through you, Chairman, yes, you could do that, but you'd have to give an explanation as to why it's appropriate to depart from your usual approach as established in your planning policies to, in this instance, ask for a contribution.
Well, we could. I think we could easily do that if it was to go down that route. I think it's simple to cobble something together that would do that. So, any more questions for officers at all? No. So now I would like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the conditions relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So basically we're in debate. Who wants to kick it off? Councillor Benny, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. read this report and looked at it, and who would want to turn down 48 affordable houses? As councillors, one of our primary jobs is to provide homes for people, housing. We have got a waiting list of people who are living in bed and breakfasts, squatting on people's floors, waiting for a home to become available. We have got the opportunity for 48 homes, not just houses, these are going to be homes for people. Now, I do take on board the fact that it's blocking the access off to the BCP, but let's go back to BCPs. The BCPs are being broken up in the new local plan, which I know doesn't carry any weight in this one. With the exception of Whittlesea, the BCPs have failed to deliver homes. Also, and I just looked it up, 5.5 years ago, my very first planning committee was the 18th of June, I think the 18th of June. We had an application in at Stowe Lane, which is part of the Wisbech BCP. And we were told at that time that we needed to turn that down because they were very close to having a plan brought forward for the whole of Wisbeach's BCP, and that was going to stifle the development. I didn't know much about planning at the time. It takes a long time to become savvy enough to understand what is in front of you and read around what's there. Those houses, those 28 bungalows in Stowe Lane, could have been built. They could have people living in them. We turned that down. I voted against that. And in terms of decisions, I think I voted the wrong way on that one, personally. But at the time, I felt I was making the right decision. But of those 28 bungalows that were in there, we could have built those in the corner of that BCP. And the argument here is as weak as that argument was for these houses in Stowe Lane. There isn't an access there. If you're going to develop all of that at BCP, somebody along Wimblington Road would sell their house to create an access. Happens all the time. Happened in Treeways in Chatteris. Buy a house, knock it down and put an access in. Look at those accesses up there that are potential. To say this is shut off and it closes the development off, I don't see that it will. There is a figure that somebody will sell that house as a potential to bring that back in if it needs that access. And like I say, the BCPs are going to be dismantled. It's in the emerging local plan, if it ever gets as far as being adopted. But equally, the 2014 local plan started its life in 2007. This plan is well overdue for being reviewed. There is a lot of things that it has not developed. It's not brought any of the BCPs forward in Wisbech. The only place it has is Whittlesea. Chatteris BCP has been broken up and is being done in smaller sort of piecemeal development. Personally, I'd like to see that come forward as a BCP. It works, but if it doesn't deliver houses, and this, who's to say that we couldn't be sitting here in another 10 years' time and these landowners still will not to get together? As councillors, we want to see delivery of homes, and to turn it down on the promise that it may block it, these landowners have had plenty of time to come together, and if they haven't, they need to bring it forward, because when the new local plan comes in whatever shape and form that is, they may find they've missed the boat on the value of their land that they think it's worth. So personally, I think that as a councillor, could I look somebody in the eye that is living in a B&B and say honestly that I think this is a scheme worth turning down? No, I don't want to subject people to that. I want to see them find a home, and these will provide 48 homes for 150, maybe more people. And I think Councillor French is right in terms of the contributions. If we could sort that out, would be good. But first and foremost, it's the fact of the homes it's bringing. We're going to lose 2 trees. Well, I'm sure if we ask the people who are in a B&B, living on top of other people with children and families, that is a small price to pay for delivering homes for people.
Relevant points, Councillor Benny. As always, Councillor French.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with most of what Councillor Benny does say, and he's absolutely right. Somebody could buy a house and knock it down. They did exactly the same thing in Wisbech Road, and there's 118 affordable homes being built now, and hopefully they'll be occupied very soon. Disappointed about the trees. There are some nice trees along there, but if they're going to plant 70 new ones, I think that more than compensates. Now, as Councillor Benny said, if somebody says, you know, save a tree or for someone to live in a reasonable home, I think this is a golden opportunity for local people to actually get a home of their own.
I think I'll come in there. Yeah, this is one, to coin a phrase that Nick's used in the past, is bird in the bush is two in the hand is worth one in the bush. But I think it's a good thing. I don't think we can let this pass. Like everybody said, 800 people would like to come to March or be relocated to March. This is a prime opportunity for 48 families to do that. It will take a slight amount of pressure off the people, that be 750 still left, won't there? So I think this is a grand opportunity. To be fair, we can't turn this down, really. It could be 20 years before everybody else gets together, and we just can't. As Councillor Benny said, as councillors, it's our duty to provide houses for as many people in Fenland as we can. And the agent has also said they're going to be local people in Fenland. They're not going to come from Essex, Surrey, Kent or Northumberland. They're going to be local people, and I think that's an absolute plus. So as we, that's where we are with me. Thank you. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Am I invisible? Am I invisible?
French, you're holding that white pen up. You're never invisible, but I'll bring you in next if you absolutely insist.
Let the lady go first, Mr. Chair.
I can't see the lady, but anyway, Councillor French.
I was going to mention the March neighbourhood plan. I was one of the key councillors pushing the neighbourhood plan. We started it in 2015. 200, yes. And it was adopted in 2017. It's out of date. The BCPs are in there, and officers are absolutely right to point out there isn't a BCP. But like Fenland's plan, March neighbourhood plan is out. It's now nearly 6 years old. We're probably going to have to revisit that with the emerging plan coming in. So I think I'm not ignoring the work that we did, because it did cost us over £30,000 to bring this plan in. I think it's time, you've wakened us up. I think we need to revisit this as well. But you're absolutely right. If 150, 160, how many people could be accommodated in homes? I think that this is the ideal opportunity, providing I get some money from National Health.
Yeah, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom houses. It will certainly get some people off the waiting list. Councillor Benny, for you.
Thank you. As with my job in Fenland, myself and Councillor Laws were invited to have a look at Wombe Farm in Chatteris, and they gave us some statistics of the houses that have sold in the Wombe Farm development. 60% of the people who have bought or moved into there come within 6 miles of Chatteris. 87% comes from a CAMS postcode, and it doesn't relate to this, but 58% have been first-time buyers. That to me shows how much housing is needed, and as a percentage of local people, they are local people. That shows local need, and it also shows that local people are using this as uptake, and it shows that there is a large number of people out there waiting for a home. And those numbers to me, when they gave me the sales data from Wombe Farm, just as one development, that is their best-selling development in the area. They've got developments in Whittlesea as well, and out into Norfolk. Chatteris has been the best-selling, and to me, that's saying that there is a big need for housing in Fenland. The BCPs have failed to deliver the housing that they should have done from 2014. We're playing catch-up, and people need homes. So I think those figures speak an awful lot for local need, and it shows that local people are taking the uptake.
Yeah, I think I'm getting a steer where this is going, but we're still in debate for anybody else who'd like to add to it. No, I'm going to close this debate then. I think we've gone on far enough. Officers, would you like to contribute anything at all?
No, thank you, Chairman.
No. Do I have a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission? So refuse it. Can't see anybody. I'm looking gleefully around. No, okay. So obviously that has failed. So do I have a second, can I ask for a different proposal, please? Councillor Benny?
Yeah. I'd like to propose that we go against the officer's recommendation and approve this application for the reasons that I don't consider this is the only access point that could be found for the BCP. The BCPs have failed to deliver homes. I think there is much local need for the type of housing that is on offer here.
Okay.
And when it comes to the trees, the loss of 2 trees, which will die anyway at some point, sad to see them go as it is. I could not look anyone living in a B&B in the face and say that their need is not greater than the loss of these trees. So that would be my reasons for going against officers on this one.
Excellent reasons, Councillor Benny. Have I got a second on that, Councillor French?
I would like to add that the BCP, March Neighbourhood Plan BCP is out of date.
Okay. That's fine. So you're going to second it then, obviously, as you've had so much to say on it. Okay, before we go, we want this condition put in, don't we? We want this national health condition of 39,000, however many pounds it is, £547 put in, and I'm getting some nods. Good, well done. So can we put that condition in with officers?
Yeah, through you. Just to recap, you've got 2 Section 106 asks on top of the 100% affordable proposal. So one is, in essence, nearly £500,000 being requested by the County Council towards education and libraries. Secondly, a health contribution, which is the 39,500, give or take. So there's 2 asks on the table from our statutory consultees. So that's one thing to consider. And also there's the issue of delegated authority for us to add conditions to the consent.
Okay, did you want to quickly come back, Councillor Francis?
Yeah, I mean, bearing in mind it is 100% affordable, they don't have to give us a penny. If they're prepared to give us 39,547, maybe they could squeeze a bit for the libraries. They do not have to contribute towards schools. County Council have got a responsibility to educate people, and County Council can go to the government and get money from the schools, which they are doing for the special education school that's going to be built in March. So I'm quite happy, but I'm content that they don't contribute towards education. But I would like, it's up to them, it's only £10,000, but they don't have to do education because there's more money available elsewhere.
That is exactly right. So really, you'd like £10,000 for the library, would you? I'm looking straight on with a glare. I can see you've got your £10,000, Councillor French.
920.
Well, that's less ink on 10,000. So can we add that in as well, please?
Yes, Chairman. Then there's the delegated authority for the conditions, and you'll see from the report and the update report, there's just the biodiversity net gain calculation to bottom out. So if you have delegated authority to finalise that issue with the applicant.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. But the applicant agent did say he hoped to get on site by the middle of this year, I think. So with that in view, we've got 5 or 6 months to get something sorted out. So can we do it with haste, because we do need these properties? It's been said at planning committee. Can we make a determined effort?
Shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, that's get back to business then. We've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this application, proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor French. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
That's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
Yeah, the application has been approved. Thank you. So, thank you, members, for that. Thank you, everybody. As previously advised, agenda item number 5 has been withdrawn. So we'll move to agenda item number 6, and I'll now hand over to David Rowan. He's the development manager here at Fenland to present application FYR 23/06820, agenda item number 6. So David, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application to erect up to 9 dwellings with all matters reserved, land east of Chardor, Needham Bank, Friday Bridge. We initially draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated in respect of the application. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and the aerial photo. It forms the frontage of a field at the edge of Friday Bridge and fronts onto Needham Bank. A wider aerial view is provided showing the site relative to the built form of Friday Bridge and also the wider open countryside. Worth pointing out to members that an application for permission in principle on the site was refused at the planning committee meeting.
David, can I stop you here? I don't know where we stand on this. As Councillor
Are
Marks,
you able to start again, David? Sorry. If Councillor Marks joins the table.
would you possibly start the approach? So Councillor Marks.
Chairman, can Councillor Marks do his declarations of interest?
Yeah. I'm just getting some. Clarification.
We'll start again.
Okay. So then, thank you very much for David. I'm sorry for that. Councillor Marks, I'm going to ask you now to make your declarations, and then you'll be free to listen to the presentation and join whatever you need to on application number 6. Just a clarification for the. Okay.
Yep. Sorry.
Thank you. You're absolutely right.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for being late. I've attended an IDB meeting, this was the quickest I could get here this afternoon. It's just on item number 13. I have been approached I have been lobbied on this. However, I remain open-minded.
Okay. You've got that, Joe. Thank you very much. So, David, I'm very sorry. Would you please start the presentation again? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, no problem. So agenda item 6 is an application for outline planning permission with all matters reserved to erect up to 9 dwellings, land east of Chardor, Needham Bank, Friday Bridge. An update report has been circulated in respect of the application. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and the aerial photo. It forms the frontage of a field at the edge of Friday Bridge and fronts up directly onto Needham Bank. A wider aerial view is provided on this slide showing the site relative to the built form of Friday Bridge and then the wider open countryside. And to point out to members that an application for permission in principle on the site was refused at the planning committee meeting in December 2022 due to the adverse impact upon the character and appearance of the area. So a site plan has been submitted with the application. This is largely indicative given the outline nature of the proposal. You can see it's indicated that there would be a single point of access from Needham Bank with then a private driveway serving the houses set back behind that. As part of the application, or as part of the indicative plan, a footpath link is also shown running from the access across the frontage of the site, linking up with the existing footway which terminates to the west adjacent to the property indicated as the Flintstones. So it's the very thin grey strip running, as I say, across the frontage of the site and then running to the third bungalow, to the left of the application site. The Highway Authority have stated that such a footway is required to serve the development, but have also expressed doubts as to whether this could be successfully delivered given the constrained land available. Photos on the screen show the nature of the site and its surroundings. And to summarise, the application is considered to represent excessive linear development into the countryside with an urbanising visual impact, which would detrimentally impact upon the character and appearance of the area, which in the vicinity of the application site is largely open fields with sporadic housing, marking something of a transition between the urban form of the settlement and the open countryside. And such a conclusion is consistent with the previous decision of the council when considering the principle of development of the site. Additionally, as set out in the submitted preliminary ecological appraisal, which is referenced in the update report, there are impacts arising from the development in respect of ecology, some of which are unknown until further survey work is undertaken. As such, the application is contrary to the relevant policy of the local plan, and indeed the MPPF in this respect, and to grant the application at this point would also be contrary to the Council's duties under the Natural Environment Act. The recommendation is therefore to refuse the application as set out within the agenda and as updated in the update report. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application, and now I'd like to invite Peter Humphreys, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to committee. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
If I can just put the application site in context, if you you can see all the arrows, white arrows, they show development, and there's a white square next to the red site, which is an isolated dwelling. The centre of the village is to the southwest, bottom left there, shows the pub, school, shop and church. And you can see our site is so much closer to the centre of the village than most of Friday Bridge. So that just puts it in context. The other thing that I've noted on there is the site edged in white to the south of the site, which is a site for 6 plots that was approved, recommended for approval by officers and supported by this committee for 6 houses, which John and Maxie submitted to you. So this application is a resubmission of the previous PIP refusal, and it differs in many ways, 4 ways. The site is outlined this time, not a PIP. It's a single point of access, not 9 accesses, for which we now have highway support. It's a new committee from which the other one was determined, and the application has been encouraged following officer support for the Maxi site some 220 metres away. The site is in flood zone 1 on flat agricultural land. Friday Bridge is a limited growth village. Clearly the Maxi site, this was supported by officers. Likewise, officers supported the Maxi site in accordance with LP 12. Also, our site is adjacent to development, which is what's needed on LP 12. Our site is on straight road with 1 letter of objection, while the Maxi application had 22 letters of objection and is on rather a bad bend. Also, if I could refer you to the Maxi officer report, it states the site forms a gap in the existing frontage, therefore conforming to the core shape of the settlement, with dwellings either side of the proposed site. Furthermore, the site has been allocated in the emerging local plan. Officers also confirmed on the Maxi report there was no distinctive character of the local area in terms of design, going on to say the gap will be a visual loss to the street scene, but on balance is a suitable place for development. We're now proposing a footpath extension, hence making this LP 15 compliant, again similar to the Maxi application. Ecology. We had requested that the application be deferred to a later meeting to give us and the planning officers time to assess the report and its implications. This was declined. I would like to say there is no dike front in this application, and the ecology report has now been submitted, as has we have had an email from the ecologist, which I would like to read because it shows that the application can be supported. So the PEA report identifies that further surveys are recommended for water voles in relation to the drain adjacent to plot 1 and great crested newts in relation to the presence of ponds. Although no evidence of water voles was noted during the survey, it is the wrong time of year to survey, which is why we set out the requirements for further surveys in the spring. The section of suitable drain relates to the garden adjacent property 1. If a minimum of 5 metre standoff could be provided to the top of the drain bank, this would effectively mitigate any potential impact on water voles. In this case, we could dispense with further surveys. In terms of the great crested newts, there are 2 ponds within 250 metres. There was a pond actually within 250 metres of the Maxi application, but no ecology was requested. So it says, which require further investigation in the spring. The report, we mention district licensing in section 7.7. The site is in the natural England amber zone, showing there's some considered potential for them to occur. We would need to agree access to survey the ponds.
You have 30 seconds.
The fallback position would be put the site into the district licensing scheme, then a fee is paid to the pension for potential scale impact on great crested newts. We have used this approach elsewhere in Fenland and West Norfolk. I would therefore, Mr. Chairman, request that the application, in the interest of consistency with the Maxi application and our further ecology, is supported by the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Humphreys, please. Councillor French.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. How are you going to deal with surface water and sewage?
Deal with
Surface water and sewage. How are you going to deal with surface water and what type of sewage system are you going to have?
we will be connected to the main sewer.
Oh, music.
And surface water, we will do an attenuation within the red line.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions for Mr. Humphreys, please? Can't see any. You've said you're going to put a footpath in there, okay, to link up. What about street lamps?
We're more than happy including street lamps, Mr. Chairman, and the footpath is proposed to the site entrance. If I could just make that clear.
Okay. Thank you very much. It'd rather remiss of me if I didn't ask, wouldn't it? Thank you. Anybody else at all before we let Mr. Humphreys go? No, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarification to officers, please. Councillor French.
Yeah, when David presented that, there was a photograph up there showing a 40-mile sign, but in the report it says it's 60. Is it 60 or is it 40 along there?
Through you, Chairman, my understanding is that just about adjacent to what's shown as plot 1 is the split, is where the sort of 30 and 40 zone sort of starts or finishes, depending which way you're looking at it.
In the report it says it's in 60.
Through you, Chairman, as far as I'm aware from the evidence on the ground, it's a 30 and 40.
Sorry, it's the comments from Elm Parish Council. The 60-mile speed limit along Needham Bank creates hazard for vehicles using this site access. So whether the parish council have got the speed limits wrong, I don't know. But certainly the photograph showed 40.
Thanks for clarifying that. So it's a 30 or 40. So, okay. Anybody else got any more questions for officers at all? Councillor French has kicked it off. I'm sure there must be some. No? Can't see any. That's it then. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate. Well, somebody's got to speak, haven't they? Did you, Councillor Benny, you indicated you want to speak?
Councillor Benny was actually waiting to see if anybody else wanted to speak, because he'd be very interested to hear what they had to say. He may start the debate if nobody else does, but well, it would be nice to include some of the members of the committee, I thought.
Let's carry on. You speak, and then I'm sure we'll all carry on from there, Councillor Benny, if it's all the same to you. Thank you. You've indicated.
I didn't actually, Councillor, Mr. Chairman. I would like somebody else to start this one off, because people get fed up with hearing my voice by the end of the day if I don't. So let somebody else start it off, and then I'll have my little say afterwards.
Thank you, Councillor Hicks.
Yeah, I can't see a lot wrong with this myself. There's been another application passed along on the corner, and from the look of the overview of the site, it looks as though it's just a continuation of the other properties around the area. So yes, I can see the point of how the officers have looked at this, but I look at this in a different way. I think this will be an asset. I think everything's right with it from my point of view, so I'll be supporting this, I think.
Thank you for that, Councillor Hicks. Still in debate now. Anybody wants to join in? You're not going to be the first now, are you? Thank you, Councillor Benny. I press scanned you into it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. I remember this coming back. Strangely enough, I can't remember which way I voted last time. I do remember it being turned down, though. I mean, looking at this, we're looking at reasons why it is being turned down. LP12 has to have reasonable support. Well, there's only been one letter of objection, as the other site in Friday Bridge had 22, as Mr. Humphries has pointed out. It's very easy for people to criticise, and they write when they want to object, but very seldom do people put support in for something. So the fact that there's only one would indicate to me there is not major objections to the site. It is adjacent to the build form of the Friday Bridge. Does it affect the character? Everything we build affects the character of the land and wherever we are. Where I used to live, that was fields at the wartime, and now it's, half a mile further out is the edge of Chatteris. Everything you do changes it. Is it always for the bad? No, it's not. I looked at this last time, and why it is only linear development, I don't know. We've got a big field behind there. That field runs up to what looks like an estate on there, only having, these number of houses on here. To me, it's part of the ongoing development. Villages all need, it's got a shop, it's got a pub, and all these businesses need people in it to spend their money in there. So, again, that's up to them where they go and shop. Looking at LP19, I think Mr. Humphries has quite adequately covered the mitigation, which I believe, from what he was telling me, and I will be corrected if it is not, that the protected species, we can mitigate against the harm that it would cause those. And I think if this had been given a little bit longer, that may have featured in the report. If that had come back, I think we do get last minute updates on reports, and I'd be happy to be corrected if what I'm saying is wrong. So I really feel that looking at the reasons for refusal, LP12 is subjective, LP19 can be mitigated against, and bearing in mind that we've had Mr. Max's application approved, which was an outline application as well, 200 yards away, I do think that adds weight to passing that this time.
Thank you, Councillor Benny. Councillor French.
Thank you. I'm looking at policy LP12, Rural Area Development Policy. For villages, new development will be supported where it contributes to sustainability of a settlement and does not harm the wide open character of the countryside. So I can't see any harm there, and I think it would be not against policy. It was actually being accepted under LP12.
Okay. Nick, come on, please.
Thank you. As was referenced in David's presentation and as highlighted in your committee report, the key thing you've got to have in the front of your mind is the previous refusal and the question of what has changed in the material planning circumstances since that last refusal. So what's been put forward is the Maxi 6, as I'll refer it as, that's been approved. But the circumstances physically and in planning terms are very different to the application that we've got here now, and that's evident from the pictorial that you saw on the screen earlier. It's very different. Okay, so we're in that situation whereby you have to identify cogent reasons for looking at this application differently to how you considered it previously. And from a professional point of view, I can't see that there is any change. And again, as we've sort of referred to you in the past, is that, you know, when you're faced with applications which are identical in planning terms, then you should be arriving at the same decision irrespective of any changes in the membership of the planning committee meeting, and to do otherwise would be a breach of your code of conduct for planning. David, did you want to say a few words in respect of ecology?
Through you, Chairman, thank you. Just to, I suppose, highlight to members that ultimately all the sort of the requirement in law is that you need to be fully satisfied that there are no ecological implications when determining a planning application. The guidance on that in terms of the government circular is quite clear, and that failure to do so may be seen as a failure not to have adequately considered all the material planning considerations of that case.
Anybody want to add to that at all? Councillor French?
This is an outline application. Surely all that can be picked up under reserved matters or a full planning application if this is subject to approval.
Through you, Chairman, this is the point in time where the council would be granting planning permission for development on the site, and this is the time where the council needs to be adequately assured that the appropriate survey work has been done in respect of ecology, and that the appropriate or that it is fully considering the implications of granting planning permission on the site in terms of ecology.
If I may come back, so if this application was approved, it can be conditioned, outline, because normally outline, it's only the access we look at. So we seem to be changing what we actually do at outline.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me it's the same site, but it's only one entrance for a start. That's different, isn't it? Because there's only one entrance instead of, I think, several entrances, we'll say. There's one entrance on the site. Mr. Humphreys has said he's going to put a pathway down there. He's also said he would obviously put lighting down there, so that's another big step, isn't it? So it's got similarities, of course it has, because it's the same piece of land, but it is a different application, isn't it?
Through you, Chairman, you didn't refuse the application because of it didn't have what I'll call these fringe benefits. You refused it because the principle was not acceptable, because the last application was a PIP application, planning permission in principle, and therefore you weren't looking at the twiddly bits, so to speak. You were looking at whether or not, in planning terms, it was fundamentally acceptable or not. And the conclusion was, no, it wasn't acceptable and it was harmful. And therefore, on that basis, you've got to consider what has changed in terms of what you said. Yeah, this bit was harmful. Why is it not harmful all of a sudden?
Okay. Give that some thought. Councillor Benny wants to come in while I'm thinking, I think.
Yeah. Councillor Marks.
Oh,
Yeah. Councillor Marks. I mean, I will take Councillor Benny, then I will take you. I do apologise.
Yeah. I mean, the difference is it's a totally different application, and we are told every application should be judged on its own merits. It's a different type of application. This has got the access committee, which the previous one wouldn't have. It has a different access and has support of highways, which the previous one I do believe did not, but I'm open to being corrected on that one if I'm wrong. And this was turned down by another committee, and although I can't remember which
Councillor Marks, thank you. It's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the Maxi site, I mean, I've driven down there and taken a look at both these sites. I personally can't see it's going to change. Yes, you're going to have some more properties there, but it's an onward build out along that road. I honestly can't see that there is any issues with that build. So I will be supporting on this occasion.
Okay. We're still in debate, ladies and gentlemen. Councillor Miffordin, please. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, looking at the Maxis site and this new site now, the Maxis site would have, I think Councillor Bennett said, because I don't remember this application, had highway objection probably because of the access point and the fact that it's in the bend. But this one seems to be more of a straightforward application, in my opinion, that I would probably have supported instead of the Maxi site. And also the block, the white block there indicates an isolated dwelling, I believe it is. Does this not qualify as almost an infill? Instead of like, I'm not saying anyone said it's an elsewhere location, but I'll be happy to support this personally.
Chairman, just a point of clarification, previous PIP application was not refused on highway grounds.
Yeah, it was not refused on highway grounds. So we're still in debate, ladies and gentlemen. Does anybody else want to add to it before I close it? I think probably with Councillor Hicks, are you looking to speak or no? Okay, I can't see anybody with their hands up with a burning desire. So I'm going to close this debate and I'm going to bring officers in to clarify certain comments that are made.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, as part of the debate and indeed as part of the applicant's agent's presentation, a great deal of reference has been made to the Maxi 6, as Mr Harding referenced. So we've got the benefit of the slide provided by the agent here. It's clearly a very, very different context for the Maxi site. You've got a consolidated row of established development on the opposite side of the road. You've got a consolidated row of development either side of the site. Whereas here you've basically got to the east one sporadic dwelling and then a further gap. On the opposite side of the road you've got a farm grouping and then open space. It's clearly in a different context. I know Mr Humphrey made reference to the number of objections received to the Maxi site. I would perhaps suggest that the reason that we receive so many objections is because there's actually houses in the vicinity of the application site and people who would be looking directly at it, indicating it's sort of slightly different context. To go back to the points that Mr Harding made earlier as well, in terms of the PIP on the site, which was refused just over a year ago, that was refused because of character harm, because the committee at that time felt that this was unacceptable. The principle of developing this site would have an adverse impact on the character of the area. Nothing has changed in respect of this individual application site in that regard. That was for 9 dwellings, or for up to 9 dwellings. This is for up to 9 dwellings. They are equatable applications.
Anybody else got any questions before we move into proposal land for officers? No clarifications at all? No? Okay. So, can I have another proposal, please? Because obviously that one has failed. We're looking for another one. Councillor Marks, okay? What are your proposal? And
Proposal to go against officer's recommendation.
reasons, please?
Reason being, I believe it's a good application. The area it is in, I know we've heard about the pit previously. However, I don't believe it's against the area. I believe it will certainly benefit the area. Right, you would like some proper reasons. And I haven't brought my glasses and I'm struggling.
OP12.
I'll bow down. No, so I'll shoot back out to the car in a second, but I'll bow down to Councillor French.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Thank you. I haven't brought.
We'll allow Councillor French
Thank
to
you.
speak for you as you haven't got any glasses, which is, I find the same trouble myself. Thank you.
I've got a spare pair in my bag.
Let's carry on to reasons, please.
The new development will be supported where it contributes to sustainability of the settlement and does not harm the wider open character of the countryside.
Hold on a minute. Before we go any further, our solicitor Stephen would like to come in.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to reiterate to the committee the rules by which we have to conduct decisions on this committee, and the council's own code of conduct, I think Nick has referred to it, so where an application has been refused or similar development has been refused and members change their mind and want to approve it, that is maladministration unless the members can give reasons why there has been a significant change in circumstances. Now, from what we've seen and from what Nick has said, in my view, there's been no significant change. So I'm just warning members that this could be seen to be maladministration should this application be approved, bearing in mind the history of the site.
Yeah. I see. Did you, before, I saw Councillor Marks, Councillor Hicks first, then Councillor Marks.
Does that apply to me? Because I'm a new member on this committee. I never got to vote on this application. So, as from our point of view, this is completely fresh and new to me. I had nothing to do with the old one.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, the significance is that the decisions are made corporately by the council, obviously by the committee, but in the name of the council. So the code of practice deliberately does not say that a change in membership of the committee absolves those new members from being bound by the previous decisions of that same committee. You cannot say, just because I didn't have a say on the previous application, I'm not subject to these rules. And that wouldn't go down well with the Ombudsman.
Well, I think we've just got to be a little bit wary of what Stephen said. He's giving the advice of a solicitor. The ultimate decision lies with the committee. Make no mistake about it. So, Councillor Hicks, just bear in mind what. But obviously, you need to stand up, be counted as a committee member if that's your view.
It's just that, from my point of view, it's almost like your hands are tied. I've not had a chance to. It's like I'm not allowed to vote on. This is a new application for me. I understand the ramifications of it, but it's like I can't vote the way I want to because we're tied from a previous decision, which leads me to the question. I think I've said this before here. Why does it even come back if we're bound to vote one way?
Through you, Chairman, the applications come back to you because it's not a resubmission of the PIP application. It's a brand new outline application, and your scheme of delegation requires us to bring the application before you. So process is taking place. With regard to your point about you weren't a member on the committee at the time of the determination of the PIP application, and that you don't feel it's reasonable to have your hands tied, it's no different to the situation faced by ourselves as a local authority, be it members or officers, whereby an outline application has been refused, that's been appealed and granted by an inspector, and we then have to go on and deal with the reserved matters application. We can't say, no, we're not going to deal with the reserved matters application, because we never liked the principle of development in the first place. We just have to suck it up and deal with it. Now, when it comes to dealing with what decisions have been made on applications for the same parcel of land in the past, I bring you back to the committee training that you've had that says we have to have regard to past decisions which are relevant to the application that's before us today. So it doesn't matter when you started on the committee, when officers started working for the local authority, if a decision has been made in the past and you don't agree with it professionally or as a member, if that decision is pertinent to the determination of the new application, you must have regard to it. That's just the way it works. So turning to the reasons for refusal, the core of this is the site is rural in character with open fields to the south, east and north, and fulfills an important part in the character of the area by providing open countryside between the southern and eastern parts of Friday Bridge. So that's what we said before. And are those facts the same today? And the answer is yes, it's open fields still to the south, east and north. Why is it no longer an important part of the character of the area? What's changed in respect of this site since we last refused it, which have changed the character of this parcel of land? I can't see that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that, Councillor Marks, and I think Councillor Benny wants to. So I'll take Councillor Marks first.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I've heard that. Heard what you have to say, and yeah, okay, I understand that. However, I believe I voted on this last time. I didn't actually go out and do a site visit last time. I've now gone out and done a site visit. So I've determined it myself, and I believe whether I made the right or wrong decision last time, this is my decision this time, which I'm bringing to the committee. I think we're getting very hung up on what happened last time, and I understand what we're saying there. The decision was made, but surely councillors can change their mind for whatever reason. And my reasoning is very simply behind this. You say it's built up out of the village. That's fine. That's your view. My view is I can't really see it will be harmful by what is being proposed today. Yes, the application has changed slightly by accesses and we're having pavements in lights, but that's not the core factor. Is, do I think it's outside? We passed one very similar in Chatteris. The Chatteris to Donington Road. It's not a lot different to what we passed there. That came bounced back and forth, I think 3 times to committee before we actually passed that one. You'll say that there's this difference, that difference, whatever. But my opinion is, having been out and seen the site, this is why I've come to the decision today.
Ben, did you want to come in before I did?
Yeah. I mean, also, we're further down the line with the new emerging local plan since this last refusal. And this is allocated building land in that. To say that a decision has been made that is cast in stone and forever and a day, we cannot ever go against that because that decision was made. New things come to light, new viewpoints come to light. And the emerging local plan, it's mentioned in this report, and this is allocated land within that report. So it's considered by the council.
It isn't.
Is it not?
No.
I thought it was. I apologise, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Nick. Thank you. Yeah. But the emerging local plan is mentioned here, and that is progressing, and that can carry more weight. We can give weight to that if we want to.
Yeah, before I bring my question in.
Just I think to come back on that point from Councillor Benny, my recollection of the report is that any reference to the emerging local plan is that the relevant policies of that, this application actually doesn't conform and would therefore be contrary to the emerging local plan as well as the adopted local plan.
Okay, so I suppose the crux for me is, and just some clarification from officers here, when was the Maxi 6 passed for those 6 there, which we've talked about in this application on several occasions? Was that passed in between when we refused that application there?
Through you, Chairman, my recollection is that that decision was made made in 2023 and therefore post-dated the decision on the PIP application.
Okay. So if the Maxi application was passed after the failure of the first one, I think that's what you're saying, aren't you? That 6 there, which was passed on officer recommendation, has already altered the street scene, hasn't it? It's already done. It's set a precedent, hasn't it? Because if you go down that road going towards Needham Bank and you look to your left, where you saw open fields for that, I don't know, 150 yards or however many yards it is, you look to your left, you saw open fields there, haven't you? You've seen them. It's open fields there if you look slowly on the 30. But so then you come up against some houses. So, and then you come to this application where there's 9 on the left-hand side. Yes, it will obstruct the open fields once again if those 9 as this is passed and they're built. But it's, in my view, it set a precedent when the 6 were passed. Because what's the difference? Open fields are open fields. Yes, we are a bit further out, but it looks to me how far is it from the application site to the very end of the application site to the start of the stars, like the wigwam shapes, obviously they're houses on the other side, just further up the road. So how far is that?
Through you, Chairman, I believe Mr. Humphrey made reference to 220 metres.
He did to the Maxi site.
Between the application site and the Maxi site.
Yeah, but how far is that's right? But how far is it from the edge of the red boundary to the east, probably, of where the other houses start? How far is that? That can't be more than 250 yards.
Through you, Chairman, I'm not really sure the relevance of that, given that essentially that's a further gap to the existing form of development, and we're talking about the principle that's been established by the Maxi site, rather than there's another 200-metre gap or whatever it might be to the east. In terms of the Maxi site and the precedent that set, I did go through that earlier in terms of the different characteristics of the site, and indeed the officer report that was presented to members at the time, in my recollection, again set out the kind of the differences between the two sites and their contexts.
Okay. I still think so. I think still it's a bit bare at best, but Councillor Marks.
Thank you. David, you say characteristics of a Fenland village. Well, surely Fenland villages, most of them I know, like Turves, round here, Maney and everything else, are houses that are built on the side of the road, not back infill. Most of them have, and have done historically, had this sort of type building. And going forward, surely we should keep that going, as opposed to building estates and stuff behind properties.
So, I just think, I don't know, you proposed it, Councillor Marks. You might want, if you're still going to go through with your first proposal, are you? Okay. So I think we've set a precedent there with a 6 that we've already built. Okay, because that is obstructing with those 6 if they're built. That'll be obstructing the fields, won't it? The 9 will, and that will form, in my view, looking at the site plan in front of us, where that ends, that will become to the edge of the building edge of there. That's my view.
And I agree, and it comes up to a final property, which is the white block.
Which is a white block.
Yep.
So so
to me,
my view, that could be seen
as infill.
the edge of the village.
Yeah, I would class that as infill, on my personal.
I don't know if that helped you at all because you haven't had your glasses. No. I'm sure you would have said. And I'm sure you would have said that, Councillor Marks. So anyway, please make another proposal so we all know where we are, because that was 10 minutes ago.
To go back from 15 minutes ago, I would go against officer recommendation to pass these.
Okay.
Is that with delegated authority to apply?
Of course.
Conditions?
Yes, I'm happy with officer to delegate these. Also,
Reasonable.
yeah, reasonable conditions. I think that goes without saying now. Also, I would also like to take up Mr. Humphrey's offer of obviously the path, which is obviously in the application, but also a full lighting scheme as well, Mr. Humphreys. I hope you're listening. Yeah, lovely. So that's just the conditions I want, and obviously with officers, reasonable thing. So have we got a second for that after all that? Councillor Hicks. So I'm going to reiterate now.
Chairman, apologies if I missed something that Councillor Marks said, but in the reason to go against officer recommendation, we need a comment in respect of ecology.
Can it be subject to the ecology being carried out?
Yeah, let's do, because we can't do, it seems to me, they can't do the ecology until April or May, till the springtime. So we'll give it till May. Nothing will be sorted out, I wouldn't think. And I can get the nod from Mr. Humphreys, I suppose, until May anyway. I can't see that. So if that's the first time we can do the ecology, let's just wait until we get the ecology through, and we can make that a condition. Yes.
Bear with us a second.
I think we're making the condition now.
Yes, I'm
so
saying.
It's carried out in May.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They can't do it till May, can he?
But personally, I would give it till July, because knowing the way the weather is and everything at the present time.
Okay.
So I would give them a couple of months grace.
Okay. So we'll say the end of June then. Yeah. So is that so? Have you got that? Is that clear?
Just to recap, Chairman, it's committee wishes to grant planning consent, subject to the ecology being satisfactorily, I can get my tongue around that, resolved, and officers have delegated authority to deal with that, and also we've got delegated authority to apply appropriate conditions.
But could we please see the report? If it's to be turned down, could we have a copy of the report?
You can see a copy of the conditions.
Yes, the conditions,
Yeah,
and the ecology report.
Yeah, but sorry, I cut you off. Yeah, so if you've got a resolution to grant planning permission, so if the outturn of our discussions over the ecology is that it's not approvable, then we will be bringing the report back to committee.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So it will be coming back to the committee for your perusal again, or the committees. So let's get on. So anyway, so we've got a proposal by Councillor Mark, seconded by Councillor Hicks, to go against officer recommendation to approve this. Can I have a show of hands, please?
It's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
Right, so that application has been approved. Thank you.
Albertino.
Look,
Right.
dear, you and your cup of tea, Councillor French. It is now 20 to 3. I'll give you 10 minutes. Oh, never mind what he wants. It's usually what you want, Councillor French. 10 minutes then. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, members, for getting back quickly. I'll now hand over to Danielle Brooke. She's the Senior Planning Officer here at Fenland to present application FYR 230769. It's a PIP application, agenda item number 7. So, Danielle, please.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 7 is a permission in principle application for a residential development of up to 5 dwellings on land south of Elizarov, beg my pardon on the pronunciation there, Lodge, on Paget's Road in Christchurch. It's before members today as the Parish Council recommendation is contrary to officer recommendation. Members will have seen updates relating to the application circulated earlier in the week. This slide shows the application site edged in red, situated within an area of agricultural land between the main built form of Christchurch to the northwest and the more sporadic form of development as you head out of Christchurch to the southeast. Paget's Road is a de-restricted 60-mile-an-hour road. Applications for permission in principle is the first stage of the process to establish whether a site is suitable in principle in respect to its location, use and amount of development proposed. The site falls outside of the built envelope of Christchurch on land set to the southeast of Elizarov Cottage, and the 115mm gap between Elizarov Lodge to the northwest and Windy Redge to the southeast cannot be considered as a relatively small gap as defined within the development plan. In addition, development to the south is of much more sporadic nature and is more characterised as open countryside as opposed to linear residential development. As such, the proposed application site cannot be considered infill given the circumstances of the surrounding development. This slide shows the application site edged in red on the Environment Agency's flood map. The majority of the site falls within flood zone 3 with a fringe to the western edge in flood zone 2. The application site constitutes an area of land located outside of Christchurch and insufficient justification has been provided, therefore, to demonstrate that the development of the site is necessary in this instance as the sequential test submitted concentrates the area of search to within Christchurch only. Any proposed flood risk mitigation measures should not overcome locational issues. Photo 1 on this slide shows the dwelling known as Elizarov Cottage Lodge, situated to the northwest of the proposed site. Photo 2 is the view from the offside of Paget's Road facing southeast along the highway, with the proposed site situated beyond the black car in the left-hand side of the photo. Photo 3 is the view from the offside of Paget's Road facing northwest towards the built form of Christchurch. And photo 4 shows the development site to the right of the photo with the host dwelling in the background. The application seeks permission in principle for up to 5 dwellings. At this stage, we have to determine whether the site is suitable in principle. Christchurch is defined as a small village with the criteria explicitly stating that only infill sites will be considered. The site falls outside of the built envelope of Christchurch and therefore is not infill development. The site lies in an area of high risk flooding and insufficient justification has been provided in the form of a deficient sequential test. The crux of the Parish Council support for the scheme considers the potential for the development, if it's approved today, to enable the Parish Council to apply for a speed restriction along Paget's Road. This is not a material planning consideration when determining permission in principle. Therefore, there are no overriding material considerations to indicate a departure from the development plan, and members should be reminded that permission in principle applications are unable to have conditions applied to them should an approval come out. However, officers do recommend this application is refused. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Danielle. We have one set of speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite Adam Sutton, he's the agent, and Will Sutton, he's the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
I would like to thank members of the Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak in support of the application before you today. This application is a planning in principle application which is limited to the consideration of location, use and amount. The amount of development is not in question and is deemed acceptable. The use is considered to be acceptable due to the nature of the land use surrounding the proposal. This brings us on to location. The planning officer is questioning compliance with LP3 and LP12. Christchurch is categorised as a small village within the settlement hierarchy of LP3. This policy restricts development to residential infilling. The planning officer quite rightly points out that the local plan defines residential infilling as development of a site between existing buildings. As you can see from the application, the proposed site falls perfectly within the constraints of LP3. Furthermore, LP3 does not limit the number of dwellings which are acceptable as infill development. LP12 allows for development where the site is in or adjacent to the existing developed footprint of the village, except for those villages listed as small or other, where only infill sites will normally be considered favourably. This generates two questions. Is the site in or adjacent to the existing developed footprint of Christchurch? Yes, it is. And is the site infill? Again, yes, it is. The second reason for refusal for this application is LP14, which requires sequential and exception tests to be completed where required. This application is accompanied by both an FRA and a sequential and exception test, which show that the development is acceptable compared against other sites in Christchurch. The planning officer points out that facilities in Christchurch are not under threat. This is false. The number of pupils at the primary school in Christchurch is falling. Additional family dwellings in the village will assist this. The map which was circulated to members is a copy of the 1993 development area boundary map for Christchurch. Whilst we acknowledge this map is no longer used and has been replaced with the current local plan, it does give a good indication of the built area of Christchurch. The map has been highlighted to show 3 areas where development has been approved adjacent to the built area. All 3 extend the built form of Christchurch. None of them can be considered infill development in accordance with the definition set out in the local plan. Our development shares similarities in respect of the location of the site relating to the built form of the village. Ours is also between 2 existing dwellings, therefore policy compliant. I would like to conclude by reiterating that I've demonstrated that this proposal is in accordance with the local plan, highlighting the policies which are before you as reasons for refusal. Furthermore, the additional dwellings are supported by the parish council, and the additional family dwellings will provide some support, certainly for the local school. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I urge you to approve this application in accordance with the recommendation of the parish council and further in accordance with the Fenland local plan.
Thank you, Chairman, members, for allowing us to speak. Very different sitting at this table than it was sitting over there, I have to say. Adam has laid out the bare bones, and I would just like to add some meat to that. The insinuation from the report questions the evidence for the school numbers. And some of the objectors said that the school was full. That's incorrect. I rang the school this morning and spoke to Tina, who is the secretary. The capacity of the school is 105. Currently they have 87. So clearly that's something that needs to, the cohort that lives within the area is 59, and the report that's in the emerging local plan states that the forecast is for that to fall to 21, which is really serious. So, you know, whether it be on this site or whether it be anywhere else, we need some growth in Christchurch to keep that school going. To lose that school would be disastrous for the village. Not only that, we need to be supporting the pub and the church and the new community centre. I'm running out of time. There are some inaccuracies on the report. I don't think I'm going to have time to go through all them, but if members want to know what those are, then I'll have to rely on you asking me questions.
You have 30 seconds.
The grade 1, I don't know if I'll get through it, but it says it's grade 1. Well, I'll come through across a document which actually disputes that, and I'll read from this document. a low risk of flooding from surface waters, medium risk from rivers, and that will identify for a site which indicates that each year this area has a chance of flooding between 1 and 3.3%. That's the same as my site. As such, the land can generally be assigned an ALC grading of no higher than 3A.
I'm afraid that's the 5 minutes.
Oh, so that's bang on. So just to top up, Chairman, there are other inaccuracies in the report, but I'll have to rely on questions should you want to know what they are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton. Members, questions to Mr. Sutton's? Just indicate who you would like to ask
Yes,
questions
I don't
to.
know which Mr Sutton wants to do it, but yes, I would like to know what is not correct.
Okay then. Well,
I'm just not going to take all day.
No, you have got a time limit. Although, please carry on.
The grade one, I've just and that report is actually on the Fenland website on another site. So you know, I'm assuming that was right. I don't know for 100%, but you know, I'm only reading what's in that report on another site. Location, as Adam said, that is adjacent to the built form, so I don't really see where the open countryside comes from. And if members agree that it's not in a elsewhere location, then the flood risk assessment and the sequential test is passed. If you think that it is part of the bigger area and it's not an elsewhere location, then we can't pass the test. But you know, I feel that you know it's not in an elsewhere location. And then at 5.6, from objectors' points of view, at bullet point 2, it says increase of impermeable area may create increased surface water flooding. Drain to the east side of Budgets Road, forming the western boundary of the site, is often full of water. Well, that is not what was said. The actuals, and I've printed this off the website, so it's absolutely, you know, as it is. It actually says, which is mostly full of water in the winter months. So I'm not suggesting that the case officers has deliberately tried to, you know, mislead you, but I think it's my duty to show that there isn't actually what was said on the objection. As loss of field access, well, there is access down the side of, see down on the photos, there's access down to the field by my house, so that's not. And I'll just go on, if I may, Chairman. It says about the site between buildings, and the planning board defines this as development's relatively small gap between. But what is relatively small? You know, is 5 dwellings in Christchurch too big when 43 in Doddington's not too big, 63 in Elm's not too big, 78 in Wisbech is not too big, 5 in Christchurch, really? Are we, you know, what are we going to do? Kill the village? Because that's what's going to happen. Thank you for your time, Chairman.
Any more questions, Councillor French, for Mr. Sutton?
I'm a bit confused about this access. It's mentioned in the objection, so what is the issue with the access?
I think the objector said that there wasn't going to be no access.
Whose field is it?
Mine.
What's it got to do with anybody else?
I don't know. You know, Chairman, if I may, I've no problem with people objecting to it. That is their democratic right to do that. And, you know, I have no problem with it whatsoever. They're entitled to their opinion, but their opinion is wrong because access, actually the person that made the comment actually knocked on my door last year and asked if she could use that driveway into the field to cut her hedge down. So I'm a little bit confused as to why she thinks there's no access.
I'd say she's clearly wrong, Councillor Sutton. But any more questions at all? Yeah, Councillor Benny, your turn then, thank you.
Mr Sutton, nice to hear your voice in the council chamber again. As me and you sparred quite regularly when you sat over there as a member and making decisions, How would you vote on this one if you were a member today?
I think that's a leading question. Councillor Benny.
Withdraw the question then, Mr. Chair.
I think we need to.
Chairman, is a question that I
That's a
don't
question
feel-
Councillor Sutton can't ask.
Well,
I think we'll move on pretty quickly.
I
Thank you.
wouldn't feel comfortable answering it because you guys are there. You've had the officer's report. You've heard the presentation from myself and Adam, and I think we've clearly shown that the property here in Green Lane, that was passed on the delegated officer, and it's 2 dwellings, and there's nothing to the right side of it. So that line goes down by ours and by what was Paul's, and there's 2 there. Yet this end of the village is elsewhere. So how can that not be elsewhere? But this end is. It actually, you can see on that Google map, you can see that line down there. I just don't understand how it's deemed to be elsewhere when all those others, are not. But that is in your hands, and whatever decision you make today, we shall live with it. Just as a closing remark, Chairman, if I may, as a resident of Christchurch, I would like to say that whatever happens to this application, I would give my full support to the application that's coming up on Paget Road in a few probably hours.
I think we're digressing, Councillor Sutton. Have you got any more questions for Councillor Sutton? Relevant questions, Councillor Benny. No, I will go to Councillor Marks then. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sutton, Senior, Junior. I'll speak to Mr. Sutton, Senior, if that's okay. Can we just clarify, Christchurch, one pub? Recently, we've tried to help that via planning by giving caravan in the car park to help their business going forward. You recently, or I say recently, you have lost a shop, the only shop in the village, and you now have less schooling members or school children as well, and you've just built yourself a new football stroke pavilion, so it's in one way an up and coming village without people moving into the village. And is that, in your opinion, because there isn't the properties to move into?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to answer one of those questions, Chairman, if I may, about the pub and the shop. It's my understanding, all I have to say, I haven't had experience of it, I haven't used it, but the pub are now stocking, the essential items, the milk, the bread, cheese, the butter, so that folks can go and get their emergency supplies, if you like, from the pub. But I haven't used it, so I've no experience, but I'm told that is the case.
Okay, that's good. Have we got any more questions for Messrs Sutton? No? Oh, sorry, Sydney. Okay, Mr. Phil. Okay.
I don't know how relevant this is, but I just wanted to know, can you please point out, sorry, Mr. Sutton, the actual access that we're talking about, that the neighbour objected to? What side of the property is on the map as relates to the...
I think Councillor Mafferton, what she was saying, that I don't know quite how she comes out because there's no layout. It is, as you can see on the overhead, it is just a red line, and she was saying there won't be no access to the rear of the field. But even if that red line was filled with houses, there is still an access. If you're looking at the left-hand side, closest to...
So you're looking to the top left?
Yeah, top left is mine. There, you can actually see it, I think. There is a driveway down the side of the house and a gate into the back of the field. Yeah.
Okay, any more questions at all? No, thank you very much, gentlemen. You may leave the table. Sorry.
I'm sorry, there was one more issue that was not correct in there. It says that there's a ditch all the way down the road on Paget Road, and there actually isn't. That only goes to just over halfway of the site.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Councillor, sorry, just up there a minute, Councillor French.
Yeah, you just reminded me when you said ditch. How is that going to have sewage and surface water? Sewage and surface water, how would that be dealt with?
there's a social water by cyclone, which my house is adequate for cyclones. Part of the area can't build, no problem with the cyclones. Sewer, probably 2 of the properties could go onto the main sewer. Yes, yeah. And that has improved drainage in the village immensely since 2009 when that was installed, because obviously all the grey water was being absorbed in the village. It's now being pumped down to the lagoon.
I know, we've got the same at Westbury.
Yeah.
Finally, we finished with Councillor Sutton now, with the Councillor Sutton and Mr. Sutton. I get so mixed up now with, it's been so long a councillor, we job to recognise him as Mr. Sutton now, don't we? Okay, so fair enough. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Members, questions to officers or clarifications if you have any? Any? No? Councillor Marks, have you got anything for officers? No? No, I'm looking. No, okay then, thank you very much for that. So with that, I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. And who's, oh, right, Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Looking at this, and I'm looking at this in a purely member of the planning committee head. I mean, we have spent a lot of time this afternoon debating on whether the previous application was part of the village and whether it was, you know, an adjacent built form. I mean, what we've got here is 5 properties. We've got it in a village that is dying. It's an undersubscribed school, and we've said many times at this planning committee we need to support small villages or they die. I look at this is 5 houses. I have said many times at planning committee, whenever you approach a town or a village, what you first see sets your thought on what you feel and how you view a town or village. I look at the houses or bungalows that we passed in White Road Coats. Every time I drive past those, I look at those and I think, yeah, we passed those and they look good. But when you come in, you've got nice bungalows. As you come into Coats, it's quite a nice road. It deteriorates when you get to the end of it. But at least by that time, people have made their mind up that, yes, this is a nice place. Now, Christchurch, this is on the entrance to a village. This comes in there, and this will do the same. This will set the tone for how people view this, to see nice new properties rather than falling down barns and waste ground, which we see in other parts of the district. This to me is a good application. It's good use of land, maybe agricultural land, but country stewardship schemes take thousands, hundreds of thousands of acres out of food production every year, and this is only a very small part. I look at the plan. I consider this to be infill. I consider it to be part of Christchurch, and as which the sequential test does not apply to the district, and therefore this to me shows need. I think it's a good solid development, and I will be supporting this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay. I think, Councillor, you've stole my thunder, Councillor Benny, really. I also think this is a good application. I'm an advocate of seeing nice places when you go into a village from either side. I think it does set, you know, think, oh yeah, this is lovely, and it's first impressions. And although this is only a PIP and everything else has got to be decided, I think this is a plot of land that I can support. I won't be sitting on the fence. Councillor Sutton used to say it was his, when he was here, I'm still sitting on the fence, but on this particular application, I'm not going to. I just feel, this will be good for Christchurch. We've just heard the school is of need of pupils, or it could be in danger of closing. we've seen heard from Councillor Sutton, or Mr. Sutton, that the shop and the pub integrated a basic shop into the pub, which can only be good. So we do need, as we did in Turves a couple of months ago, we do need to protect these small villages, else they will die. So I shall be supporting this application this afternoon. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Mark, sorry, I think went on a bit, sorry.
Fine. Thank you, Chair. I drove past this two hours ago to come to this meeting. I had a quick look, you know, regarding flooding and everything else. It's dry, yes. It's a bit like the rest of the Fens. But you know, there's no water retention on that field by any means. Street scene, does it fit into a street scene? I go back to what I said previously. Fenland Village, 4/5 houses on the side of the road is a Fenland village to me, and there are other factors here as well. My ward borders onto this. We keep hearing there are not houses to rent, to buy. We've brought other companies into the area recently, like Aerotron, who are struggling to find properties for people to live. Not everybody wants to live in Chatteris, March, wherever. Some people do actually want to live out what we would describe as a Fenland village. And this, to me, falls as a good development. The other thing about it is we've now got an award-winning company just literally down the road. That was on the news last night, which is the Play People. They've just won awards. They struggle to find people, again, local people to live. And local people are actually finding it difficult to find properties for their families, trying to keep everybody local. So why not? All this is going to do is certainly help, and hopefully the shop. We sat here, I think it was 4 or 5 months ago, regarding the pub. So we've helped the pub already as a planning committee, and surely this is a bolt onto that. Good on them. And as far as I'm concerned, yeah, I will be supporting this application.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Yes, it's disappointing to hear the shops gone. I remember sitting here many moons ago and approving a planning application to save the shop, and it really is sad. The school, that would be a disaster. I don't know if you're aware, but County Council closed the school down further down in the county, and there's absolutely uproars. And apart from closing the school down, it costs a fortune to transport these kids about. It is a good application. I'm assuming it would be executive houses rather than small houses. I don't know because it's only a PIP. But I, like the rest of you, I will be supporting this application.
Okay, I'm getting a steer where this is going. We're still in debate. Anybody want to add to this debate? Councillor Miffordin, please.
I'm just going to echo what everyone else has said who was in support. I will be supporting the application, especially because of the impact it's going to have on the local village as well, and on the local business. We've heard that the pub has invested to they put investment into their business, so that and we need people to live there to support these businesses. We don't want the small business to die. And I'm looking at one of the comments. I mean, LP12, the zone 3, flood zone 3. Most of the Fens is flood zone 3 anyway. So I don't see how that will affect this application. So I will be supporting it, Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, well, as we so rightly know, most of Wisbech is in flood zone 3. Certainly Benwick and Turves and other places most certainly are. So a very good point made by Councillor Miffordin. And then Councillor Marks.
Can I just come back on flood zone 3? Literally, I've just come back from the Manion Welney Drainage Board meeting, and they have pumped in the last 48 hours thousands upon thousands of tons of water. But we keep hearing about flood zone and flooding. Most of the areas that we look at with planning, and I believe this one is included today again, is dry. It's not underwater unless we have a major event, which we had back in the 50s, which we're all going to get flooded anyway, whether we're in flood zone 1 or flood zone 2, flood zone 3, a lot of us are going to get flooded. So I don't put so much stall on that now as I probably did previously in previous meetings, when you see this is probably as bad as it gets with water unless you have a major event.
And it's been highlighted, I can go on from there, and it's been highlighted in other parts of the country. All of Fenland has got off rather lightly compared with everywhere else in the country. You see the Dales, the Gloucester, you see Derbyshire and everywhere like that, and they're in a far worse position than us. So, and we're well equipped to deal with any surplus rainfall that's going to come. So I've already said where I'm going to be, but I'll hand over to Councillor Mark.
Sorry, can I just to give you one small statistic? Last year, Fenland had the Mainey board had 550 millimetres of rain in the 9 months. 3 months, remember, we had drought. Now, up to date, we're at 850 millimetres already. So it's a lot of water coming through. Sorry, 2022, 2023. So that gives you an idea of what's come down there. And that's near Welney as well, which is at the present time flooded.
Okay, so we're still in debate after all that. So have we got anything else to add to that before I close the debate? Right, I'm closing it. Officers, would you like to make some points? I'm sure you would.
No, thank you, Chairman.
So I'm looking for a proposer to go with officer recommendation in the first instance to recommend refusal on this application. Have I got a proposer for that? No, so that's obviously failed. So I'll go looking for another proposal, and could somebody give me another proposal, please, if they will? Councillor Benny?
Yeah. I propose that we go against officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Reasons, Councillor Benny?
No, I'll come to them.
I'm sure you'll have some.
Yeah, indeed I will. I'm going the wrong way on the screen. LP3, I don't consider this as an elsewhere location. I think this is part of Christchurch. I think the community benefits of this in terms of bringing development to Christchurch to support the local community are good. Very seldom do we see applications come to this committee for Christchurch, and I think this is a good and welcome application. And if this is part of Christchurch, then it doesn't need a nationwide or an area-wide sequential test doing, and I'm quite happy that this piece of land here is suitable for building on. So that would be my reasons, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm more than pleased how you've determined that, Councillor Benny. So I'm looking for a seconder on this, Councillor French. Okay, so just to sum it all up in we've got a proposal here to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. It's proposed by Councillor French, seconded by proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor French. Could I have conditions? Well, with conditions, of course, but they're nearly superfluous anyway, because it's a PIP anyway, so those conditions will be determined later on, so we won't bother about conditions. So we'll just have a show of hands on that proposal, please.
That's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
Okay, so that application's been approved. Thank you. So now, with further ado, we'll hand over to Danielle Brooke to present FYR 230807, agenda item number 8. Danielle, please.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 8 seeks outline planning approval for the erection of up to 4 dwellings with all matters reserved on land west of 27 Benwick Road in Doddington. The application is before members today owing to the number of representations contrary to officer recommendation, and members will have received an update in respect of this recently, but the result is no consequence to the recommendation. The application site is shown outlined in red on the location plan and aerial photos. The site is within an area of undeveloped paddock land to the west of the built form of Doddington. The site is divorced from the main settlement within an area of open countryside with sporadic residential development. Members may recall that this application was refused by a planning committee in March last year for a similar development for up to 4 dwellings at the site. Members agreed at the time with the officer recommendation, concluding that the site was detached from the continuous built-up area of Doddington. Development would be to the detriment and character of the rural area. There would be amenity issues in respect of noise in relation to the proximity of the site to a nearby motocross site. and in respect of concerns over highway safety and visibility. The shown aerial plan, you can see the site in wider context, with the main settlement of Doddington further to the east, Delfland Nurseries and open countryside to the north and west, and Washbrook Farm motocross site to the north. The application is outlined with no matters committed. The indicative site plan suggests an arrangement as such, with field access provided to the land behind. Details submitted with the current application have reconciled earlier concerns from the earlier review scheme in respect of noise and amenity issues, because a noise impact assessment was submitted with recommendations for mitigation measures, and evidence in respect of highway safety, visibility splays and crossovers, etc. were agreed by the environmental health and highway safety teams. So photo 1 shows the eastern side of the site. Photo 2 is the access track. It's taken from the access track to Washbrook Farm. You can see it's just an open land. Photo 3 is from the offside of Benwick Road facing west. And photo 4 is towards development along Benwick Road facing east. So this application, as I said before, is a resubmission of an earlier scheme. However, 2 matters in respect of residential amenity and highway safety have been reconciled this time round. However, the principle of the development and the location have not changed since the earlier refusal, and hence the application is recommended for refusal on the basis of character and settlement hierarchy.
Yep, thank you, Danielle. We have 1 set of speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite Ian Gowler, of course he's the agent, and Penny Lee, the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Thank you all this afternoon for your time. As the officer report notes, there is a generic reason, one reason in effect, with both of the same in terms of its location and the impact on the surrounding countryside. The slide behind shows a bigger context of where our site falls in relation to Doddington. Also noted on there is various developments that have been approved under this current local plan. Many of the developments that have been approved are a very similar distance to our site from the core of the village, with one exception on the far left-hand side of the slide, a development of 3 dwellings that was approved in December, which is much further, about 500 metres further out of the village. Therefore, this site should be considered as suitable in terms of settlement hierarchy and not in the open countryside. The site is immediately adjacent a row of bungalows that has been there for approximately 70 years. The site was also indicated in a draft policy map, which I haven't got on a slide, but I've got a copy of, dated June 2022, as being suitable for frontage development. It's outlined in red and shaded in pink. This was presented at a cabinet meeting, I believe. It was available on the public access. Obviously, the emerging local plan has little weight, but at that time, it shows some indication that there would be development along this way. I'll pass over to the applicant, Penny Lee, now to clarify a couple of points.
Hello, my name is Penny Lee, and I'm the applicant. Sorry. I've lived in Doddington for the last 45 years, moving here to find space for my passion, which is breeding my horses. The last few years, my partner Barry has suffered ill health, emphysema and chronic arthritis. So we decided to apply for planning permission to make life easier for him having a bungalow, and also for me to continue with my passion and my horses, which I keep in the field. It seems really hard to find a property, especially in Doddington, which I wish to stay in. My parents, my brother, my grandson and my late husband are all buried in the graveyard, and I feel Doddington is very much my home. The site is on the edge of the village. The amenities are very good. We have a footpath on the site and a good road, so it's easy access for me. Also, I would have liked to have my granddaughter live there with her family, as she has inherited my love for horses and is my right hand as I'm getting on a little in years now. I hope this will give you a small insight to why I have made this application. I would also like to add to the queries that the parish council made regarding the Ridge and Farrows and the ancient wells. The Ridge and Farrow is further down my field and will not be affected, and I find it very helpful with the horses anyway. The ancient wells I haven't found yet, but if they are there, I'm told that they are right down the bottom of the land and will not be affected. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Just summarising, as has been mentioned, the technical issues that were previously down for refusal have now been resolved, leaving only the location in terms of open countryside and how it fits into the local settlement hierarchy. So therefore, we hope members will support this application this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Gowler or Ms. Lee? If you'd like to ask a question, you know what you've got to do. Raise your hand and Councillor French is first to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Garrett, I didn't catch it. What did you say that you said that something went to Cabinet? I'm sorry, I missed that, so I'm not quite sure what it was.
So there was a draft plan for the emerging local plan that was presented at a cabinet meeting sometime in 2022.
Oh, sorry, it's the emerging plan, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarification on that. Anybody else got any questions at all? No, thank you very much. Members, questions to officers. Thank you. If you have any, of course. No, can't see any burning desire at all. So thank you, everybody. I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand so we're in debate. Councillor Hicks, thank you.
I'm just reading the reasons for refusal, the last part, item 2, LP 12, and it says this approval of this would determine a, where is it on here? Let me just read it. Would set a precedent. Well, we've already done that already by already approving other applications down the Hospital Road and also around the area. So we've already set a precedent already.
Okay. Councillor Marks, thank you.
This feels a bit like deja vu. We're sitting here with another application on the same road being told it's out of the village location and stuff. We've already passed, what, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, FYR 22-1149/F. I really don't see there's a lot of difference to that application to what this application is.
Relevant point. Anybody else want to start? And I can come in there, I think, now. I think we passed some in August 2023. I was on holiday at the time. Further down Bennett Road, I think that was, I'm sure that was the case. So we've obviously set a precedent there, and this is nearer the village than these are. So they are further out the village than these are. So, so I think I'm going to sit on the fence a little while, but I've just got that feeling that I can support this application. But I'm going to leave it to you guys anymore. So we're still in debate. Councillor Marks.
I go back to what I've just previously said. I'm not going to sit on the fence because you get splinters when you sit on the fence. I don't get why we're sitting here today looking at this, being told what we're being told when we have passed in the last year 2 down there further out of the village. I really just don't get why this has even come to committee. However,
Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, Councillor Marks. I must interrupt. The whole basis of the British planning system is that you determine planning applications in accordance with planning policies, be it national or local. As a bunch of officers, we consistently consider those policies and recommend decisions to you. Committee sometimes disagree with us. But the point is, we as a bunch of officers have to be consistent, because the whole thing about the planning system is consistency. And the reason why consistency is important is to help developers and investors make decisions about whether or not to pursue an application based on whether or not, in policy terms, it appears that there's a good prospect of gaining planning permission. So I think it's unfair to be critical of why we've recommended refusal of this application to committee, given that, one, you previously refused it, and two, in terms of the application 221149, we recommended refusal, but committee didn't accept that recommendation. So I think any criticism levelled is completely out of order, Chairman.
Okay. Perhaps Councillor Marks would like to rephrase your comments then. Put them in more of a charming manner.
Perhaps I'll be able to finish what I was about to say. We're told frequently consistency. Consistency to me is if we've gone against planners for whatever reason on two separate occasions, which we have on that road already, surely we need to, as a committee, be consistent as well. I understand what Nick is saying about he has to, the officers have to make that recommendation, but equally, surely as a planning committee, we need to be consistent as well. So that's what frustrates me. It's not, I understand why planners have brought it back to us, but we are at a point now where we need to be as consistent as planners bring it to us for us to go back and respond to it. That was what my point was trying to be. It was not meant to any dig at planning department or officers or anything else, Nick. It is just purely what I hear all the time: consistency, consistency, consistency. We need to be consistent, and in the next breath, we're sitting here discussing something. So,
I'm sure you. My own opinion, being chairman here, I'm sure you were not being derogatory in any shape or form to planning officers who are just doing their job. It is you're voicing your own personal opinion, which you are quite right to do as a valued planning committee member. But I am happy with your explanation. Thank you very much for explaining that, Councillor Marks. Sorry, Nick, you can come in now. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman, and apologies for jumping in, Councillor Marks. What I would say is that committee have to be mindful that, and I'm trying to choose my words carefully, but ensure that the message gets across, is that two wrongs don't make a right, three wrongs don't make a right, four wrongs don't make a right ad infinitum. At the end of the day, we are presenting you with your policies, and no matter how many times you disagree with us, that doesn't change the policies that are before you and how that decision should be made. And my view is that it's never too late to see the light, Chairman. Thank you.
Very delicately put, Nick. You'll make a good politician yet, I'm sure. So let's put this to bed, and you've got something to say, Councillor French.
I have. Right, first of all,
I was getting round to you, obviously.
I'm going to defend Councillor Marks. I don't think the way it came out, he didn't mean any criticism against officers. But because he's not got his glasses on, we'll excuse him. The reason it's here in front of us is because a number of representations, contrary to officers' recommendations. So if it's more than 6, as you know, it's got to come here. So I don't think Charlie meant as a criticism to officers. But put your glasses on next time.
I think I intimated that was the case in my last statement. So I think we can perhaps put that to bed and let's get on with the planning application before us. Thank you.
If I can now just continue. I've listened to what Nick has said, and obviously I've been sitting here for many, many years. It's interpretation, how we interpret the policies, and that is why we have a planning committee. The planning committee looks at and I mean, this is all we've done today. We've looked at different parts of the policies, etc. And because we go against officers' recommendation, it doesn't take anything away from the professionalism that you have. But it is our right to overturn applications if so be.
Very eloquently put, Councillor French. You'll be a diplomat yet. Okay. So let's just get back to the planning application and decide the merits, shall we? Anybody else got anything to say? Oh, right, Nick, you have.
Apologies, I didn't have my mic on.
Two things have changed, as far as I can see. Highways have got rid of their objection. I forget what the other one is, but I will look it up in the book. So a couple of things have faded away. I think what's the critical point of this? Is it outside the village envelope or isn't it? And my feelings are, I'm coming off the fence now. We've passed, I know, and we have to look at every application on its own merits. We can't look in hindsight, we've got to look at this application. And we have passed further applications outside the village, further away from the village, against officers' advice, but nevertheless, we've done it. So that is, I think, where the crux of the matter lays for me. I may be wrong, and I'm happy to listen to anyone else anybody says, but that is, as far as I'm concerned, that's the crux of the matter. And if I don't learn any different from any other member today, I will be supporting this application on that basis that I have just outlined. So that was still in debate. Anybody else looking for anything? Councillor Marks.
I'll put my tin hat on. Right, okay. The bit where I come from, development on the land would be to the detriment and character appearance of the rural area. In knowing now what has changed, we know further along there is going to be change to the area with building work that is now being undertaken and previous planning we have already given. So that's where I come from on that number 2 LPL 16 regarding, that's why I'm more saying we should now, I think we should be consistent and this land should be given for planning. So that's my point.
Right, we're still in debate. Anybody? Are you looking to come in again? Okay, your wish is my command.
Yeah, if I may. So we're in a situation whereby it appears to me that committee are wanting to approve it, heading towards approving this application on the grounds of the decision that was made on 22/1149. However, if you're at that this application site, the 3 dwellings approved to the left are not. Oh, sorry, to applicate two dwellings. The dwellings approved to the left, edged in red on the left-hand side of the square. They're not in the sort of zone of intervisibility with this site, so you wouldn't know that that development, when it's implemented, is ever there. So turning back to the reasons for refusal before you, which are the same as they were previously, is the position is away from the main built form of Doddington, adjacent to a small number of dwellings on this side of Bennett Road. These dwellings are clearly detached from the continuous built up area of the settlement and do not form part of the continuous built form of Doddington. So what's changed? Nothing. Absolutely nothing has changed in respect of that. The site is currently paddock and clearly relates more to the surrounding countryside. What's changed? Nothing at all. So I struggle to see how the previous reasons for refusal have all of a sudden vanished this time. And the final thing I'll say, as we've said on a previous application this afternoon, is that committees should be making consistent decisions on applications where there's been a previous refusal for, in essence, the very same scheme, and to do otherwise would be a breach of your code of conduct. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Nick, for clarifying and clarifying the position. But we're still in debate. Anybody else want to add to it before I bring officers in? I think they've had quite a lot to say, but I would. Councillor Miffordin, please.
Thank you, Chairman. We keep getting, we're told that we should be making consistent decisions. And then we're also told that we need to look at each application on its own merit. Sometimes I struggle to marry the two. But on this, I just want to point out a few things in the officer's recommendations for refusal, which I can actually see. If you give me a minute, I'll just read through 1.4, where it says that it's outside the built framework of Donington. It does appear to be, in my opinion. I know we have a large map here. I don't know what the distance is between the site and the site that was approved in December 22. I don't know how far that distance is. But if you were driving down that road and then where the build form ends, there is nothing else for quite a while until you get to the 1149F. So I think
you've got two fields. You've got the blue box.
Yes.
You've got two fields, and then you've got a house that stands back.
Well, on this side?
On the opposite side, you've got Delphin's this side.
Yeah.
Okay, and then on the other side, you've got a house, and then you've got the red box next door to it on the left.
Thank you.
You have two fields.
Okay, thank you. But also, it doesn't appear to be an infill to me. So it does, in my opinion, it will affect the character of the rural area. So I haven't made my decision yet, but I'm just pointing out what I think the argument that the officers have made, I think I'm buying into to some extent, because nothing has changed from when the application was last submitted. So I think the officers may have got it right this time. I'm not saying they never get it right, but thank you.
That's absolutely fine. I mean, that is what, you're a valued member of this committee and you make your own decisions accordingly. But we're still in debate. I think, unless anybody's got anything else to add to it, I think we can close this now. Councillor Marks, have you got anything else? No? Councillor Benny, no? Okay, so I'm going to bring the officers in there now. If you've got anything to add, Nick, David or Danielle?
Nothing to add from me, Chairman, thank you.
Do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application? Have I got a proposer? Now's your time if you want to propose to go with officer recommendation to refuse this application.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think I will go with officer's recommendation, and
That's
the
fine.
reasons are based on what they've listed. Thank you.
Okay. Have you got a seconder for your proposal?
Obviously not, Chairman.
It doesn't look like you have. We'll just, so all those against Councillor Miffordon's, just for the record, to go.
Chairman, you don't need to vote.
Well, I'm just going to, just for the record, and I have done so. So we need another proposal now. So sorry that's failed. We need another proposal, or proposal from a proposer. Would anybody like to propose?
Mr. Chairman, I think you should, because you were very much in support of it.
Yeah, okay then, you press gang me into it. So I'm going to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. The reasons being consistency from the committee. We have in the past approved against officer recommendation, I will have to admit, against officer recommendation, held dwellings further away from the village than this one. I think it will add character to the village, and I also think, which is not a material planning consideration at all, but I will say it, the lady will benefit from it, and she will be able to keep horses in the back, and that's just an aside really, but that is the reasons why I feel that we should go against officer recommendation. So I'm going to propose we go against officer recommendation on those terms, and I'm quite happy with my summing up of it, and I'm happy to let officers take responsibility for the conditions. So I'm looking for a seconder. I have one. So,
Chairman, before we go to the vote, I'd just like to express my concern about, in the event of any challenge, that the reasons for granting it don't hold any weight, because you've not made any reference to why the reasons for refusal, as stated now and previously, melt away.
because we passed one, I think it was in August 23, when I wasn't there for I think it was 4 houses, was it? Remind me if I'm wrong, because I wasn't at planning committee. Sorry? 2. Was it for 2? Since that was been refused. And for consistency's sake, why, so that set a precedent, and this is nearer the village than that was. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So I think I'm quite happy to accept, if there's a challenge, I'm quite happy to accept that, to go with that challenge and provide an explanation why I'm going against officers' advice to pass this. I'm very mindful and very careful how I choose my words, and that's why I've been very deliberate in my summing up. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, just for the record, and not to extend things, my concerns remained.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to take up that challenge if one was to do that. So I'm going to go with I'm not going to change my mind. So I'm proposing to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. I've got a seconder by Councillor Hicks. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
That's 5 votes, Chairman.
Those against? Don't need any. Okay, so that's 1. So that application has been approved. Thank you. comfort break for 5 minutes, or are we going to happy to carry on? Councillor French, you're usually the instigator. My goodness me, wonders will never cease.
Thank you. I will now hand over to David Rowan to present FYR 230844F, agenda item number 9.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for the demolition of a building within a conservation area, and the building is sited north of 109 High Street, Chatteris. Just draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated in respect to this item. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. The site sits within an established part of Chatteris within the conservation area. There are also listed buildings within the vicinity of the site. The application site forms part of the historic Dobbs Yard site, a terrace of dwellings reflecting a historic form of development within Chatteris. Planning permission was granted in 2017 for the redevelopment of this site, or this area. And the current application seeks to demolish the former wash house building, which was associated with that historic residential form of development. So the site plan shows the position of the wash house adjacent to the southern boundary of the site, and also the sort of the current layout of the site. So the wash house is annotated. It's the sort of the hatched structure, sort of in the middle of the drawing, and then obviously with the building removed. The application documentation suggests that the area could be used for additional car parking in association with the residential use of Dobbs Yard. As indicated, planning permission was granted for the redevelopment of this site, and as part of that, the wash house was retained and incorporated into a new dwelling, which you can see on the layout there, and then on the elevations of that as well. So the outhouse or wash house, whichever you want to term it, is the single story element there on the right hand side of the lower image. So the photographs on screen show the current condition of the building. However, these photos show the condition of the building in 2018 from information submitted as part of the historic building report. And indeed, as part of the planning application for the redevelopment and the conversion of that building, all the assessment work indicated that the building was in a sound structural condition to accommodate conversion. And again, further photos showing the current condition of the building. Just to remind members that the MPPF is quite clear that the deteriorated state of a building, where that neglect appears as possibly deliberate, should not be taken into account when determining applications. So to conclude, the wash house is considered to be a non-designated heritage asset and is sited within the Chatteris Conservation Area and has a strong historic relationship with the adjacent dwellings and the overall historic form of this site. The Council has a legal duty to pay special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of a conservation area. As set out in the comments from both the Council's Conservation Specialist and the County Council's Historic Environment team, the building is still considered capable of reuse and that its demolition would have an adverse impact upon the character and appearance of the conservation area. The application is therefore recommended for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I would like to invite Matthew Hall, the agent, to make his representation to the committee. Mr. Hall, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, members. I've talked to the applicant about a bit of the history on this site. When the applicant purchased this site many years ago in the adjacent row of terrace properties, These did not have internal toilets, 2 of the properties didn't have electric, and the properties were in a poor condition. The applicant has since, over time, installed toilets to all properties, electricity in the properties without it, and new kitchens. This has all meant this building to be demolished, has no longer been required for the external toilets, washrooms due to the improvements by the applicant, and has not been used for a number of years. The report makes numerous references to a planning approval for this building to be converted in 2016 into a dwelling. What the report doesn't state, however, is that conversion was to remove all the internal walls, which are all original, over double the size of the building, as on its own it's not suitable for a residential dwelling, and have an extension which would be 2-storey, where this building's single-storey, which would completely change the appearance of the outbuilding, and is all to be built on the boundary, which is only 1 metre from the neighbouring property to the south. The applicant initially advised me that the neighbour immediately to the south raised concerns regarding the stability of the building due to slippage of roof tiles and sections of mortar appearing on his pathway. This building is on the boundary. The officer report under item 1.3 on the front cover says the building can be reused in some form or another. But for what? It's too small for a garage, which would also mean removing all the internal walls. When I walked up to one of the doorways, yes, I'm quite tall, but I was crouching down to enter, so if a floor was put in, which I don't believe there's a floor in there at the moment, if a floor was put in and even the most minimal insulation and improvements, that would further reduce the headroom. And it is in our opinion that it would be practical to convert this into a dwelling without substantial demolition works. And the building's not been used for a number of years by the owner or the tenants to our knowledge. As the officer said, the demolition would allow for some additional parking on site for residents, and I've seen them enter this site and park on there. There have been other outbuildings on this site all along that southern boundary, which have all been given approval to be demolished, and they have been demolished. Policy LP16 states that proposals should not have a detrimental effect on the street scene, settlement, pattern or landscape of the area. The building can't be seen from the street scene and there's no removal of any vegetation. Looking at the overhead map that was on the screen, the settlement pattern immediately either side of this site and even going further into Chatteris has all been developed from what it was originally. At the front of this site, delegated approval was given within the last 12 months to demolish that property, which is in a very poor condition. We hope members will support the application. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite members to put questions to Mr. Hall. If you would like to ask questions, please can you raise your hand. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. I would now like to invite members to put questions to officers. Nobody? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I would now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor Hicks.
Yeah, I've had a look at this. Very, very poor state. Even if it was to be repurposed, it's not going to look the same as it did 200 years ago. It's not going to be the same building. And also, in my opinion, the last part of the report said that, let me just get it up a second. Detrimental impact on the character and historic in the conservation area. Well, regarding the view from the road, you can't see it anyway, so I can't see how it's going to impact the street view anyway. So I will be going against officer's recommendation and approve it to be pulled down.
Thank you. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, this is in Chatteris, my area. I mean, it makes play in the report where it mentions 130 and 133 High Street. and 130 is Mrs. Wool's shop that just keeps falling down every day. We've passed applications for it. When Councillor Murphy was on the committee, he spoke out very, very much to do something with that site. It's derelict, it's falling down, nothing happens to it because the cost of conservation is greater than the cost of a finished product, so nothing happens to it. 133 has been developed, but only on the strength of the housing that was passed and built at the back of it. Coming to this, at the front of this, where the red line is marked up on the screen, to the right hand side was a house with no roof on it. It was a pebble dashed house, had boards on it with graffiti on it, had a tree grown through it, had no roof on it, and that was approved in a conservation right on the street scene. Yet we've got this shed that is, I mean, it's got a to let sign in it. I don't think there are any takers. I certainly wouldn't want to live there. At the bottom here, and it serves no purpose. Even if you included that in a development, would you want to subject anybody to live there? You know, we're supposed to be raising standards of building, not dragging people back and putting them back into the 18th century or 19th century, where, I mean, Dobbs Yard, if we brought an application forward for these houses today, they wouldn't be built. They wouldn't be built in this way. They'd have to be better. And you can't hang on to everything in the past. I mean, if I'd kept every motorbike and car I'd ever owned, yeah, they would be worth money, but I needed to sell one to buy the next one. You can't conserve everything. Look at it. It's falling down. I know there's no reason to pass it, but, you know, or to not pull it down because it's falling down. But somebody's got to live there. Now, how do you convert something like that with the room size and keeping all those pieces there and all the tiles and everything else? Do you make that viable for somebody to live there? And we're subjecting somebody to live there. We're putting a pile of poorly stacked bricks before the quality of somebody's life, because somebody would have to live there if that's converted. To me, this is absolute nonsense. You know, I take on board the policies, and I fully get what Nick says about, you know, this is put before us with policies. This is not the officers, you know, and it's not having a go at any of you. Please don't think that it is. But look at it. This needs to come down. The sooner it comes down, the better it'll be. It's so far from the road. When that went through with officers' approval to demolish the Pebblestone building, that myself and Councillor Murphy, Pete for years, has been saying what an eyesore it is. It's to smarten the town up. It's now been pulled down. We've got a nice wall there, and this piece at the back. You can't keep everything. It's time to go.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Sorry?
I'm speechless.
You're speechless. Thank you, members. Does any officers have any points of clarification?
Through you, Chairman. I mean, in terms of comments around, well, what can be done with it, or how can it be incorporated into development? There's a development on the scheme here, on the screen, showing how it could be incorporated into what looks like a very nice house. Admittedly, it's a small part of that scheme, but it's still a very nice house as far as I can see. In terms of whether it can be seen from the wider street scene, that's not necessarily a determining factor in the significance from a historic environment perspective as to whether it ought to be demolished or not. And clearly, your own conservation advisor and indeed the conservation team at the county council are both indicating that they have concerns over the loss of the building, and as indicated, the council does have a legal duty to give due consideration to those issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, surely if you pulled it all down, you could design something absolutely identical to that for a new build, and there would be no difference if you wanted to. Aesthetically looking at it, what are you going to gain through keeping it or pulling it down? If you're going to replace it with something like that using the old building, or do something the same using new bricks, it's still going to look exactly the same. So,
okay, thank you. Okay, do I have a proposer to go with officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission? Nope. Nobody. Okay. Okay, could I then please ask for a
And I'd go against officer's recommendation to approve this application.
Okay, and could I have a seconder for that proposal, please? Right, I'll go for it. Okay, could I have reasons, please?
Yeah, I think that with officers, without bringing it to committee, have already committed to taking the building down that was actually probably in better condition than this one. That was a decision that was made within a conservation area. It's not a listed building. It does have listed buildings around it. And if it's not taken down, I see no benefit to of keeping this building. We've not got an application in front of us to put anything up in place of it. We have got an application to pull it down or to demolish it, and I think that the loss here is not significant. It's an old wash house. We're not looking at pulling down Buckingham Palace. So therefore, in my opinion, I feel that this is this application, in this case, this should come down.
Thank you. I will just check with the legal officer that he's happy with those given.
Bearing in mind the legal duty to have regard to whether a proposal enhances or preserves the conservation area, I think those reasons ought to address that issue.
Sorry, can you say that again?
To whether the proposal, the officer's report says that the building and, any proposal in a conservation area has to preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the area.
I think pulling it down will enhance.
And therefore, the reasons for approving for going against the recommendation need to address that issue.
I think by pulling it down, it will enhance the area. Yeah. I think it's an eyesore on the environment. Sorry, on the environment, on its setting. And I look at it, and it is. Some things are worth keeping, and they really are. Some buildings cry out to have work done on them. The Travis Perkins building in Chatteris, the house, it looks absolutely lovely with having conservation work on it. It's on High Street. It's on London Road. It has really enhanced the street. How will this ever enhance this area? We've had a building at the front that, as far back as I can remember, has been falling down every year. And yet that gets officer approval to pull it down. And putting that brick wall up there has enhanced the area. I just do not see how this wash house can be made into a dwelling that is, I know we've got an application or a proposal there, but to bring this in, to make this fit for somebody to live in, you've got 9-inch walls. By the time you put 50 mil of Celotex on the walls to get the insulation properties back up to where they need to be, especially with Parquet building regs, those rooms will be so small. And that means it's all very well passing it and saying somebody's got to live there. But who? We are making substandard buildings for people to live in. And I do not agree with that. We want to build quality homes. This is not something, in my opinion, that can. I've given you my views, and let's see where the vote goes.
Thank you. I must say, I do agree. I think if this was an outhouse somewhere in the middle of the fens, we wouldn't even be having that conversation. It would have just been demolished years ago. So, yes, it's in a conservation area. However, there are times when we have to move away from conservation. So, I'm happy with those as long as Stephen is.
No more comment.
No more comment. Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder for this proposal? Councillor Hicks. We will now go to the vote. If you support the new proposal, please raise your hand.
That's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
Thank you. The new proposal has been put forward and has been passed. Thank you. Yes.
As much as that is my view, I do see where the officers come from, and I don't want them to take it as a criticism of their work. It is not. They are professional people in what they do, but we are elected as councillors to listen to local people. And when Mrs. Wall's shop came up, the amount of people who stopped me and said, well, it's about time somebody did something with that, that wants pulling down, which we didn't agree to. But people out there wonder what we do as a committee or as councillors. They look for common sense approaches to things, and this this decision in no way reflects on the professionalism of the officers, which I do respect. And I just want to make that point very clear to officers, because it's not a personal thing.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I think we all feel like that. This is not personal, it's just a different perception of what we have at this point in time, and we've had that previously as well, so thank you.
Okay, just before we break, thank you very much, Councillor Marks, for taking over chair for that meeting. We'll now have a 10-minute break. Thank you very much. thank you very much. Now I'll hand over to Danielle Brooke to present application FYR 23-08560, agenda item number 10. So Danielle, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 10 is an outline planning application for the erection of up to 5 dwellings with all matters reserved at land south of 129 Knights End Road in March. Members will have seen the circulated update issued earlier this week with regard to this application. Further to this, the Council have this morning received a revised drawing from the agent depicting visibility splays to be contained within the highway verge. However, officers have not had the opportunity to consult with Highways in respect of this new detail to confirm its acceptability, given the sort of 11th hour of the submission. Notwithstanding, the detail does not overcome other reasons for refusal or alter the officer recommendation. This slide shows the application site edged in red, situated with an area of land associated with the host dwelling at number 129 Knights End Road. The main part of the site comprises an area of maintained grassland with some mature trees, situated to the south of the host dwelling and spanning east behind numbers 125 and 123 Knights End Road. The A141 March bypass runs closely to the east of the site. The application was preceded by a pre-application inquiry for the erection of 5 dwellings at the site back in May. Unfortunately, this was considered unfavourable given the development of the site would be considered backland and was incongruous with the settlement pattern and potential for highway safety issues and issues relating to amenity. This slide shows the application site with the host dwelling depicted as the blue dot in relation to the broad location for growth area set out with policies LP7 and LP9 in the local plan. This area is obviously part of the broad location for growth, which we've discussed earlier this morning or this afternoon with respect to Southwest March. However, there is no BCP put forward at this time for this area. This application, as you can see, seeks approval for up to 5 dwellings. The indicative site plan submitted shows an access road leading from the existing dwelling, crossing west across the front of the site and then turning south, which would then form the western boundary of the development, leading to a proposed development of 5 detached dwellings with garages and associated access, amenity space, parking and turning head. These are photos of the site. Photo 1 is looking south from Knights End Road. You can make out the host dwelling through the trees in the background with the sort of garage in that white block at the back. Photo 2 is looking north from alongside the host dwelling towards Knights End Road along the path of the proposed access. Photo 3 is looking south across the application site from the rear of the host dwelling. And photo 4 is looking north from within the site towards the dwellings numbers 123 and 125 Knights End Road. In summary, the application is contrary to the relevant planning policies in respect of the prejudice of delivery of the BCP for Southwest March. It would result in an unacceptable encroachment into the countryside, detriment to the rural character of the area by virtue of backland development. In respect of the evidence or lack of evidence to the contrary, but notwithstanding the evidence submitted this morning by the agent, it can't be considered that the access will be safe or convenient and therefore achievable on the site. There is a lack of demonstrable evidence that the development will not detrimentally impact biodiversity, as the scheme did not include any details to that with respect to the removal of any mature trees. And a further concern in respect to the potential impact of the A141 on future occupier amenity with respect to noise. So the application is recommended for refusal.
Yep, thanks once again, Danielle. We have 2 sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Ben Tickner and Chris Lawrence. They're both objectors to make their presentation to the committee. When you're nicely seated, you'll have 5 minutes between you.
Chris had to go, so it's just me.
So just to clarify, you'll have 5 minutes then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So hello, my name is Ben Tickner. I'm a resident of number 117 Knights End Road for the last 30 years. I come here this afternoon to speak in objection to the proposal for 5 houses south of 129 Knights End Road, March. I also speak on behalf of the residents of numbers 125, 123, 119 and 106, who all unfortunately cannot attend due to work and other commitments. One of the main reasons for our objection is the unsatisfactory access. This would be via the current residential driveway with a road that would completely loop around the existing dwelling to new properties behind. The entrance to this access would be just 50 metres from the existing junction between Knights End Road and the March bypass, which is exceptionally busy, situated on a blind bend and would be extremely dangerous. We have seen the traffic congestion at this junction increase significantly in recent years, and we do not support having an additional turning to more residential dwellings so close to the existing junction. The proposal should be considered in terms of the road layout today, not with a crystal ball how the junction might look in 10 to 20 years. We do not feel that the current proposed access is sufficiently wide enough to accommodate 2 lanes of traffic, a footway and space for rubbish bin collection. We do not think it's sensible to grant this proposal as there is not sufficient infrastructure in terms of pedestrian access or drainage. Current drains only extend as far as number 110 Knights End Road, and that address particularly has suffered from flooding in recent years. The proposed soakaway drainage falls far short as the surrounding fields are already waterlogged as we speak. We are also deeply concerned by the fact that this location does not have any pedestrian access. There is no footpath on the south side of Knights End Road, and that on the opposite north side finishes at number 110. Another major objection of ours is that the development will not be in keeping with the local area. Knights End Road consists of street-facing frontage housing. This proposal would be backland development out of character with the area, as the existing residential garden is surrounded on 2 sides by agricultural land. The proposal is overbearing with too many properties in too small a space, which would significantly overlook existing dwellings, leading to loss of privacy, light, and irreversibly damage the countryside feel of the road. The proposal would also involve significant loss of ecologically valuable hedgerow vegetation. Its removal would likely lead to increased amounts of noise for existing residents, as this vegetation currently shields us from ever-increasing bypass dust and noise. Moreover, the proposed houses would be too close, one just 50 metres from the bypass, leading to unacceptable levels of noise and pollution for any future residents of those properties. Finally, we would like to highlight that all 5 boundary properties to this site have all objected to the proposal. The 4 adjacent properties to the site on the south side of Knights End Road, that's numbers 125, 123, 119, 117 and 115, there are no numbers 127 and 121, have all objected to the proposal, and so too have other residents at numbers 106 and 84. Most of us are long-term residents with over 600 cumulative years living on the street. My family have lived there since the 1850s. We are aware that some supporting comments have been received, although none of these come from residents in the immediate vicinity. Instead, they come from distant addresses that will not be as affected by the increased noise, traffic and loss of privacy. Some of these comments come from addresses not even in March. It is noteworthy that not a single supporting comment has come from a resident on Knights End Road. We think that the strong opinion in objection of the most affected local residents should be given the most weight. We appreciate that this is a proposal for outline planning with all matters reserved, but as our concerns reflect insurmountable challenges, we feel it should be rejected. The site location so close to the bypass can never be changed, and the site is fundamentally unsuitable for development. To conclude, we all hope that the committee will agree with the majority of the impacted local residents and the officers, and we strongly urge the committee to reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Eloquently done indeed. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Tickner, please, if you have any. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Just having a read through here, it says that the council have received 11 letters of support for the scheme. One of the reasons is no loss of agricultural land. Can you confirm what that land is actually used for at the minute?
So one is used to grow like yeah, I don't know. So the south side, I don't really know. I think it's just used for horses to graze on. Is that? Yeah, but this is the site. It doesn't show the land around. On the south side, it's used for horse grazing. Yeah. Go back to the one that it was originally. Yeah, this one. So south here is like they used to have horses grazing, and then this one to the right, as you look at it, is used for it's like an agricultural paddock, and then they cut they let the grass grow along, they cut it and sell it as hay. The third side is existing housing, and the fourth is a bypass.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marks. Anybody else got any more questions? No, I can't see any. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to invite Shana Jackson. Of course, she's the agent to make her presentation to the committee. You also got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application, which seeks outline planning permission for up to 5 dwellings with all matters reserved. You will already be aware that the application is before you as it's supported by March Town Council. In their comments, the Town Council state that they recommend approval subject to recommendations from Highways and Anglian Water. I would highlight at this stage that the access relating to the proposal is still a reserved matter. However, I can confirm that, to give members comfort, the necessary visibility displays of 2.4 by 43 metres can be achieved in either direction at the likely access point, and this is all within the highway verge. Accordingly, the comments raised by County Highways in section 5.2 of your report and the concerns raised by neighbours can be addressed. We've provided a drawing to demonstrate this to officers. We are also unaware of any capacity issues with Anglian Water, and as such it's understood that issues in this regard are acceptable. The site is allocated for development under policy LP9 of the local plan. Therefore, the principle of development is acceptable, and this is acknowledged in paragraph 10.6 of the committee report. The land in question is a residential garden and is in effect a self-contained area. Within the grand scheme of things, this is a relatively small parcel of land which does not compromise the wider delivery of the broad concept area. It's not within a key or a central location within the broad concept area, and it's functionally separate from the wider land allocation. Accordingly, it can be considered as inconsequential minor development which complies with policies LP7 and LP9, given that there is no broad concept plan in place. In any event, we have heard earlier today that members consider that the requirement for a broad concept plan to be in place is out of date. Concerns have been raised with regards to the development of the site resulting in an urbanising effect. However, I would argue that this reason for refusal is unfounded, given that the council has already allocated this land for development, and therefore an urbanising effect is inevitable. I would reiterate that this is an outline application and that the drawings submitted are indicative only. As such, there is every opportunity, as the drawings demonstrate, that the buildings can be positioned clear of the vegetation on site. We would, however, be happy to accept a condition in relation to the submission of a biodiversity report and mitigation measures should members wish. We would also be happy to accept a condition to secure noise mitigation measures within the build and on the site boundaries to address any potential disturbance caused by the A141. The concerns raised by neighbours relating to the footpath are noted, and I would highlight to you that there is a footpath over the road which future residents can use to walk into town. I would argue that this is an acceptable form of development which is supported in principle by policy LP3. It is on land which is already allocated for development, and it would not harm the sustainable delivery of the wider area. We have demonstrated that safe access can be achieved, and the other objections raised can be addressed via conditions which would be duly accepted by the applicants. I therefore respectfully request that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms Jackson. Members, you know what to do if you want to ask clarifications, questions, and you do, Councillor French. Thank you.
I do, and I do know this site exceptionally well because it's within my ward. Jenna, can you tell me why, I think I picked up correctly, that there was a amended plan put in for the highways today? If it was today, why did you leave it so late?
So, because access was a reserve matter, the access was never really on the cards. But we did feel that it was likely to crop up, and hence we got the drawing to you as soon as we could.
But if you read the report, County Highways were not satisfied. So the report's been out for some while, so you must have known about that, and expect highway officers and Fenland planning officers to look at it today. You were out a lot because two of them were out with me today at highway officers. So I really think you should have been a little bit smarter on that one.
Yeah, no, I take that. I would also say that because County Highway said they're supportive in principle. Okay.
I agree with Councillor French there. I think probably next, if you're going to do any more of these, you need to be more proactive and reactive and get the information to the officers from the relevant, make an informed decision to put before us. So, Councillor French, so Councillor Marks, thank you.
Thank you. Just on that point, you made the comment likely access point. Is that not set in stone?
No, it's not set in stone because access is a reserve matter. It's likely to be there because there are trees the other side of the site, the other side of where we've shown the access to be, and that is the existing access to the site. So it makes sense for it to be there. But if it requires a tweak, we've left it open in case it requires a tweak either way to get the required visibility space. As it happens, we can get the required visibility in either direction and in highway land, so it can remain unobstructed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more? Sydney, Councillor Vividan, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask, you did say if required, there could be noise mitigation measures put in place. What kind of mitigation measures? I know you probably won't be able to answer the question without consulting with your clients, but do you know what kind?
Yeah, so we did touch on this briefly yesterday. It could be things like triple glazing, acoustic fencing. I guess it just depends on what members see fit, but that would come in as part of the reserve matters.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a good point. Anyone else at all before we let Ms Jackson go? No, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to officers, if you have any. Can't see any. Thank you. I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect to the material planning considerations. Councillor French, you kick the debate off. Thank you.
Thank you. As I say, I know this area particularly well. I've been their councillor for 20 odd years, I think, 24 years. This time, I think the officers have got this spot on, absolutely right. There is no footpath. It is backline development, and I'm just looking at the supporters, and bearing in mind this is the top of the near the bypass. So we've got people from Creek Road, the other side of March, Eastwood Avenue, very close, Elwyn Road, Plover, Peterhouse Crescent. They're all March East and March North. It's nothing to do with them, and I can't see how. I know you can't stop people writing in, but we know the system. We know how the system works. I fully support my residents. It is a very dangerous road. It's on a bend, and I will not support an approval on this, and I will be going with the officers on this application.
Okay, anybody else want to add to this debate? I think Councillor French has said what I was going to say anyway, so it's no good for me reiterating it. So anybody else at all? No, I'm not going to close this debate now. I can see. Officers, would you like to say anything?
No, thank you.
Okay, so I'm looking for a proposer. Councillor French, I'm happy to second it. To go against officer recommendation, to go with officer recommendation,
yeah,
to refuse this application.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So we've got from Councillor French, seconded by myself. All those in favour of going with officer recommendation?
It's a unanimous decision.
Yeah, the
Chairman.
application has been refused. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So we'll quickly move on to agenda item 11. Daniel will present this agenda item FYR 230879. Just to reiterate, agenda item number 11, Danielle. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 11 is an outline planning application for the erection of up to 6 dwellings, 5 accesses and a footpath, with matters committed in respect of access only at land northwest of the Ferns, Paget Road in Christchurch. This application is before members today owing to a parish council recommendation and representations contrary to our officer recommendation. Members will note the update in respect of the MPPF changes in respect of this application, but these are of no consequence to the officer recommendation. This slide shows the application site edged in red within an area of agricultural land to the northwest of the main built form of Christchurch. Paget's Road, again, is a de-restricted 60-mile-an-hour road. A previous outline application by the same applicant for the erection of 2 dwellings and the formation of 2 accesses on part of the current application site was refused under delegated powers in August 2016. The reasons for the refusal were on the basis of the principle of development, as it was not infill and would result in ribbon development, the impact of the development on the character and appearance of the area, and a lack of sufficient evidence in respect of biodiversity. The refusal was then subject to a dismissed appeal in April 2017, and matters in respect of the impact of biodiversity were reconciled within this appeal. However, the outstanding matters in respect of the principle of development and the harm caused to the character of the area was clear from the inspector's dismissal of the appeal. The current application considers the inclusion of this site within the emerging local plan, and that provides reasonable justification in their opinion for the development. However, according to paragraph 48 of the MPPF, as we've discussed many times today already, this should carry limited weight in decision making at this time. So here's the indicative site plan showing the potential proposal with the 6 dwellings and 5 access points. Shows the layout of the dwellings with sort of a shared roadway situation, access points, and then garden space behind. So some photos of the site. Photo 1 is looking north from Paget's Road across the site. Photo 2 is looking east from Paget's Road toward the southeastern boundary of the site. Photo 3 is looking from Paget's Road across the adjacent open land to the northwest of the site. And photo 4 is southeast along Paget's Road towards Christchurch itself. So to conclude, the application is an area of paddock land positioned to the northwest of a chalet bungalow known as the Ferns, and seeks outline planning permission for the erection of up to 6 dwellings with access points and footpath. Access is committed at this stage for consideration only. Part of the application site was subject to a previously refused scheme and a subsequent dismissal of an appeal. It is acknowledged since the earlier appeal the site has been allocated within the emerging local plan. However, this can be given limited weight at this time, and therefore the site is considered contrary to the current policies of the local plan with respect to the settlement hierarchy, rural area development, and the impact on the character of the area. Material considerations that were considered relevant in the earlier inspector's decision to uphold the refusal of the previous application should be upheld here. Accordingly, the application is recommended for refusal.
Thank you once again, Danielle. We have 1 speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Matthew Hall, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. As Daniel has said, this site is all in flood zone 1 and no concerns have been raised in the report regarding flooding. This site, abuts established existing development in Christchurch, which you can see on our indicative plan. It abuts the built-up form of Christchurch and follows a similar line to the adjacent development, all of which is frontage, linear established housing. This proposed small village extension follows the pattern. Policy LP12 states that the site must be in or adjacent the developed footprint, which this is adjacent. On the previous application 7 years ago, concerns were raised regarding biodiversity. We have included a full ecology report, which Natural England, who have been consulted, have raised no objection. All the trees along the front of the site that we saw in the photos are all going to be retained. Parish Council have given full support to this application and welcome the proposed footpath link that we've shown. They have asked if street lighting can be included, which it can be, via a condition. The previous application that Daniel has brought up 7 years ago did not include a footpath provision, didn't have an ecology report, and was only on part of the site for 2 dwellings. This application, in our opinion, is materially different. The additional dwellings will give support to the local school and the pub and the community centre. This site has not been used for agricultural land, to my knowledge, for approximately 10 years and is all located in flood zone 1. Again, as Danielle has said, the site is within the emerging local plan that has deemed this site suitable for residential linear development, which is exactly what is proposed. The footpath link also complies with policy LP15 and is welcomed by the Parish Council. All the consultees from the Parish Council, Highways, Environmental Health, Natural England and Archaeology support this application. It is ideal for development, linear form, flood zone 1, has a footpath, proposed street lighting. We've shown a mixture of housing. I appreciate it's indicative and it abuts the established built-up form of Christchurch. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hall. Well done. Good. Members, questions to Mr. Hall, clarifications if you have any, you know what to do. No burning desire to, I think probably it's self-explanatory really, why nobody's asking any questions, but there, thank you. Questions to officers, members? No, no burning desire to. Moving on then. I'd now like to invite members to debate the application in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate, off we go. Councillor Benny, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Someone has to. Yeah. Here we are, Christchurch again. Here we are, Edge of Village again. What does this one have that the previous one application didn't have? It's a footpath. It's connected to the village. It brings benefit, the same as the previous application did. It supports the schools, it supports the local pub. And every single piece of words that you could, I'll get myself in a middle, everything you could say, that we said in the previous application, you could say about this one. Personally, when I was reading these reports, I looked at it and I thought if the first one gets approved in flood zone 3 with no footpath, this one in flood zone 1 with a footpath adds community benefit, and therefore if we passed one, we would be totally inconsistent if we did not pass this one today. So looking at this, I think this one needs an approval on it. I will be supporting this application today. I'm equally happy to listen if anybody else has got anything to add to that one.
Yeah, I have. I certainly concur with your comments. Everything we said about the previous application in Christchurch, this one is even better than that. As Councillor Benny has intimated, well, has said, footpath. I'm very pleased that the agent has said there will be street lighting incorporated as well. It will have all the benefits of the previous application and more. As I said, it will just reiterate, it will keep the school, going, hopefully. It will keep the pub going. It will keep the new hall going. To be fair, there is nothing you can dislike about this application in my book. I will be supporting this application. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor French.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you've said, but I am concerned about highways. You know, we're getting planning applications approved, we're getting conditions put on them, and these developers are not adhering to the actual conditions. And I think Nick Harding can concur that with issues that we've got, and you know what we've got at Westleigh at the moment. I don't have a problem with the application being approved, but they need to be working with highways because it does say it could have an impact on flooding issues. So you know, if it is approved, that is a condition that has got to be addressed immediately.
I don't disagree. Obviously, you can direct that question to Nick, and obviously he'll be more than pleased to give you an answer that will hopefully satisfy yourself. But it is in flood zone 1, but I don't disagree, and I'm very upset with all the problems you've got down where you live, down Westleigh. I just don't understand what's going on down there.
I know exactly what.
Of course you do. So moving on from there, anybody else would like to say anything? Still in debate, of course. No one else to add it? I'm going to stop. Nick?
Sorry, I'm not sure whether or not Stephen wanted to go first.
Did you want to say? No, I don't think he did. Do you want to leave your comments? Do you want to leave your comments? Because I'm going to bring you in now anyway. Because nothing's any more said in debate.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. I think as Daniela had covered in her briefing to you, the starting point for this was the appeal for the smaller development. So you need to look at what that appeal inspector said in the dismissal of the appeal, and putting it very, very quickly, is that he felt that the development was wholly inappropriate. So, notwithstanding the decision that you made today on, I nearly said Councillor Sutton, that ex-Councillor Sutton's application, you still have to be mindful as to what the inspector said in relation to 2 dwellings. If you're now putting 4, clearly the impact on the countryside and its setting is going to be greater than it was when it was going to be 2 dwellings. It surely stands to reason, given that there's been no change in circumstances in this particular part of Christchurch. Reference has always also been made in respect of, it's a better scheme because it provides a footpath. Well, let's be frank about it, that wasn't a reason for refusal on the application for 2 dwellings. So that's a mute issue, Chairman. So the key to this is why is the impact on the countryside and its setting okay now for a larger development when it wasn't okay for 2, which was what our opinion was corporately as an authority in 2017, and that was confirmed by an independent planning inspector, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, food for thought, but anybody got any questions for Nick on that one? Jan, did you want to bring a question to Nick? I did invite you before Nick spoke. If you've got a question for him.
What I did say, if it was approved, I put the condition.
Okay, that's fine. My mistake usually is. Anybody else got any questions for Nick before I ask for a proposal? No? Okay. So moving on. Do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse this planning permission? So we need a proposer if we're going to go to refuse this. Have I got one? Obviously, it doesn't look like we have, so I'm looking for another proposal, please, from a proposer. Councillor Benny?
Okay.
Proposal are you making with?
The proposal is that we go against officer's recommendation and approve this application.
Yep.
Reasons LP3, because earlier today we've made another decision that is since the inspector's appeal. That we didn't consider to be LP3 in an elsewhere location because it was adjacent to the village. Here we are adjacent to the village again. LP12 does not harm the open countryside. Everything we build has an impact. I wouldn't say detrimental. Everything that we do has an impact somewhere. Does it have benefit? Again, we come back to the sustainability of Christchurch as a village and the pub and the business there, the school. We very seldomly get applications for Christchurch, and we've had 2 today. When that school shuts because we haven't plastered any houses and built any houses, all the residents of Christchurch will be jumping up and down saying, save our school. Well, this is how you save a school. You build houses to keep the number of pupils, which is undersubscribed. Same argument as before. I don't consider it's detrimental to the local area. So for that reason, I think that we should approve the application, Mr. Chairman.
So it'll make a positive impact. I think you need probably to add that.
Sorry, to
positive impact.
It certainly does have a positive impact. Again, as we've said before, when you come into a village, wherever you drive in, these houses here will set the tone for how people perceive Christchurch to be. We've got nice houses that have been approved this afternoon at the other end of the village, and here we are enhancing Christchurch once again.
Very commendable. So I'm happy with that, as I intimated earlier. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation with delegated conditions to officers, yeah. As long as they're not too onerous. To go against officer recommendation, have I got a seconder? Councillor French?
Yes, providing they seriously look at the highway and it doesn't damage the drainage system, because that's what the highway are concerned about at Church Road.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. We can leave that in officers' capable hands there, can't we? I think what we've got to. So, and I'm happy to do that. So, okay, so with those 2 conditions, all those in favour of that proposition?
It's a unanimous decision, Chairman.
The application has been approved. Thank you. Okay, now I'll hand over to Danielle once again to present FYR 230920/0, agenda item number 12. So off you go again, Danielle, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 12 is an outline plan application for the erection of up to 2 self-build dwellings with matters committed in respect of access only at land east of Shalon, Cats Lane and Tid St Giles. This application is before members today owing to the number of representations contrary to officer recommendation. Members will have received an update with respect to additional comments and responses received on this application, along with notifications of changes to the MPPF. The update is of no consequence to the officer recommendation. The application site is outlined in red and shown on the location plan and aerial photos. It's access from Cats Lane that forms the northern boundary of the site. The site is within an area of undeveloped paddock land to the north of the built form of Tid St Giles. The site is divorced from the main settlement within an area of open countryside with sporadic residential development, and the site partly falls within flood zones 2 and 3. Members may recall that this application was refused by the Planning Committee in February 2023 for an outline application for up to 3 dwellings on the site. Members agreed with the officer recommendation at the time, concluding that the site was detached from the continuous built-up area of the settlement and was not considered infill. Development would be the result in urbanisation of an area of open paddock land that formed a natural demarcation between the built form of Tid St Giles and the countryside beyond, and failure to provide evidence that the scheme would be acceptable in respect of flood risk. The application is outlined with matters committed in respect of access only. The submitted illustrative drawing shows two substantial detached dwellings with attached garages, parking and turning areas to the front with gardens to the rear. The access is intended as a shared arrangement serving the dwellings from a central point off Cats Lane as shown. This slide shows the position of the site in respect to the flood zone boundaries. Flood zone 2 is the light blue, flood zone 3 the darker, and as you can see it falls partly within both of these zones. Photo 1 as shown is the eastern boundary of the site. Photo 2 is looking southwest across the site, and photo 3 is looking west along Cats Lane with the site to the left hand side of the photo behind the row of trees. Again, this scheme is an outline proposal for the erection of up to 2 self-built dwellings with matters committed in respect of access only. It is undeveloped historical paddock land, divorced from the main settlement of Tid St Giles in the open countryside. In a recent appeal decision, the planning inspector considered that Cats Lane marked a transition point between Tid St Giles and the open countryside beyond. The site partly falls within flood zones 2 and 3, and matters of flood risk were not fully investigated within the submitted sequential test. Therefore, given the encroachment of the proposal into the countryside and the lack of evidence with respect to the flood risk, the application is recommended for refusal. Save for a reduced number of dwellings proposed, the circumstances of the site have not changed since the earlier refusal by members in February 2023, and accordingly the refusal of the application should be upheld for the reasons offered.
Thank you very much. We have a written We have a written representation of set speakers on this item. Firstly, I would ask member services to read out the written representation from Jacqueline Kerr, and she is an objector. So, Jo, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Following on from my previous objection of planning application FYR 230920/0, I would like the following comments to form part of my objection. This is in light of further comments made from the applicant of the above. The land adjacent to the build site has been flooded since 10th of December 2023. Mr. Granger has been using a petrol pump, which you have heard daily from morning until 6 in the evening, since December the 10th, 2023, up until the 3rd of January, which I confirmed to your department on Wednesday the 3rd of January and a conversation to the planning officer prior to Christmas. The water has been moving towards the build plot and has also encroached onto our property. We have also been pumping water out from our property towards the drain in Cats Lane, so the water can then drain into the dyke opposite our property. Initially we used a petrol pump, however that broke, which resulted in us using an electric pump. This wouldn't have been obvious to any neighbours as to what we were doing. Had it not been for Mr. Granger pumping the water into his dyke east of the building plots and my husband doing the same thing daily for 3 weeks, the water would have gone into the build plots south of the water. You will see from the photos the water was level to the Norway maple protected under TP 004/2022. The photos I've provided also show the water running parallel to the west boundary of the proposed site and the east boundary of Chalon. This water was feet away from the building plots. The photos were taken on the 14th of December, around the time Mr. Granger started to pump water from the top part of his land, but also the 3rd of January 2024. The photos I provided of the 3rd of January 2024 show Chalon's outbuilding on the top of the photo, which would be level and adjacent to the south boundary of the building plots east of Chalon. Mr. Granger states in his recent notes, the last line, has the water come uphill from our land, which indicates that the land slopes towards the building plot. This is why the water was starting to encroach onto the building plot for the above application. Following 3 weeks of water being pumped, our land and the field south of the application site, there is water still there. The applicant has already confirmed that the lie of the land slopes towards Cat Lane, so after days of heavy rain, one would have thought the water would have now reached the building plots. They haven't. The The reason is because water has been pumped into the dike east of the field, and photos that have been taken on the 3rd of January were sent to the planning department to show a smaller area of flooding compared to if there wasn't any water being pumped at all. To build on this site is absolutely ridiculous, as any water from future heavy rainfall will have nowhere to run to. The applicant has failed to provide evidence to demonstrate a sequential test and exception test in accordance with the NPPF, local plan and SPD. This was the refusal of the previous application FYR 22-0935 and remains outstanding. The proposal therefore conflicts with policy LP14 and the NPPF in terms of flood risk. Although I see planning officers have now uploaded their reports to Fenland's planning portal, I feel history will only repeat itself. I note that they have recommended refusal again. FYR 23-05480, this application failed the sequential test and yet the planning committee passed it. It is therefore essential that the above comments are brought to the attention of the planning committee on the 10th of January 2024. I can only stress that if this application is not refused, I will ensure that it will be put to the Secretary of State, and I will also seek legal advice towards a judicial review against the Council and the Planning Committee, as this will be a blatant disregard to the NPPF local planning policies and will go against their own code of conduct. I cannot stress enough how important it is to refuse this application outright, not just for our sakes, our neighbours, but also the Council's. Jacqueline Kerr.
Yep, thank you for reading that out. Very nicely done too. Now I'd like to invite Chris Walford, he's the agent, and Darren Granger, he's the applicant, to make their presentation to the committee. When you're seated, you've got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for the time and the opportunity to speak in support of this application. This application seeks approval for 2 building plots for executive-style dwellings on the front section of existing paddock fronting Cats Lane. The proposed area for development adjoins the built form of the village, and there are also dwellings on both sides of the application site. The general character for this section of Cats Lane is large detached properties, well spaced on large plots fronting the road. The revised proposal put forward today for 2 dwellings reflects this character profile and is considered a logical and contextual continuation of development on the edge of the settlement. Tits and Giles is defined as a small village within the local plan where residential infilling will be accepted. There is an ongoing debate as to whether the site is infill or not, as there are houses on either side of the site. If the site is considered infill by members, then it's policy compliant. If it is not considered infill, as there are no other opportunities for infill in the village, the only way for the village to grow is for development to extend on the outskirts and on the edge of the village settlement. And that has been a thought process adopted by this committee on previous applications, such as ones recently in Turbs and Gorefield, both of which were on the outskirts of the settlement. As such, we consider our proposal meets both sides of the infill debate. Because this site abuts the existing settlement, we consider it as part of the village, certainly not open countryside. Comments previously made by the committee for the aforementioned sites in Turbs and Gorefield were that if the site abuts the village development, then how can it be an elsewhere location, to which we completely agree. As such, with the site being considered as part of the village, we also feel that our village-wide sequential test is justified and acceptable. In terms of flooding, we are well aware of many surrounding Fenland fields are currently suffering from standing water. Interestingly, as it stands, the area for development isn't suffering from standing water, and that is in zones 2 and 3. Nevertheless, the proposed development will be carried out with sustainable, detailed drainage design that will ensure that it won't increase flood risk or any potential issues in that area, and we can attenuate the flow and discharge it to drainage systems around the site. In terms of the benefits for the village, other settlements nearby, such as Newtons and others mentioned today, have seen support for development that would sensibly grow the village in order to sustain and promote their facilities and amenities. We feel the same applies for Tits and Giles, and we think that delivering logical sites like this one is the way to go. Finally, in terms of consultees, the application has no objection from the Highways, Tree Officer, Environment Agency, Drainage Board, Wildlife Officer or Natural England. I'd now like to pass over to Darren, the applicant.
Good afternoon. There's been many comments in the last week about our application and the water that's on the application site, but it's not the application site. We have no control over the storm or the weather that's flooded most of the UK or actions of others who fill in ditches and remove trees along our boundary. FDC and North Level Drain are fully aware of this new issue, and it will be resolved in the spring when the ground can be worked on. There is no flooding on the application site because it drains well into the Shire Drain and is the highest point of the land we own. We simply want to build homes for our family on land that we own. We're not builders, but we have the opportunity to provide homes for our family without them needing deposits and mortgages. I'm a father of 5 girls and have 2 grandchildren. We live in Fenland, and my job is to provide for my family, which I'd like to do. Our land is in Tidds and Giles, surrounded by homes, as well as our own built in the 1700s. We see this as an infile site between properties. Our land is not being used for any purpose at the moment and has not been farmed for well over 30 years. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that, gentlemen. Members, questions for Councillor French? I'm sure you've got some.
We did see some photographs that Ms. Kerr had sent in. Where was that flooding, and where were they pumping from, and where were they pumping to? Because I've suffered this with my neighbours over the last few weeks as well.
There's a new build site that was put up, and what they've done is they've backfilled a ditch, they've ripped out all the trees that were there, and they've raised the land by a foot. So the water can't get to where it was going. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put a pipe from that side to our side. It will move the water, and FDC are aware of the issues we're having, but that's only been there since this fence has been put up. It's not historical.
So this is new houses that have been built and filled in a dike?
The big new house that's filled in the ditch, and also at the back of Jacqueline Kerr's house was originally a drain which led out to the front, and I have replied to her comments online, which can be seen. So historically there was a drain that they've also filled in, and a ditch at the front of their property which they also filled in, which is now creating a place.
I mean, do these people not realise why there's a dike in the ditch there?
Yeah, and the thing is, on the other side of the land, when we bought the land, it was because the ditch was all filled in and it was affecting us. So we have dug that out. North Level Drain have put a culvert under Cat's Lane. And yeah, I was over there for 3 days before Christmas, not 3 weeks, because I work for a living. And I went back on the 6th of January. There was heavy storms over Christmas, and I was able to drain that water in 7 hours.
Any reserve matters application, we could introduce a drain down the side along the back, and then we could carry water back to where it should go.
It just needs one perforated pipe from there.
Absolutely right. So where do you propose, what do you propose to do with your surface water and your sewage? Is it a treatment plant?
Yeah, we are thinking, due to location, we think in treatment plants, we've got a drain there, so we can sort of get rid of it nicely. Surface water will either go to the drain and then we'll pay discharge on that, or we could attenuate and then into the drain. That's something we can thrash out either via a drainage condition or through reserve matters.
The water was pooling on a flood zone 1, so there's no water on 2 or 3. And the only reason why it's 2 and 3 is because of the close proximity to the Shire Drain. And we've had that with the EA, and we've had that conversation.
It's happening all round the
We
fence.
can't control water. You know, it comes from above.
I think as lead flood member, maybe you should look into these drains that are being filled in. I know you do in March, but perhaps
Actually, I am the rep for Fenland.
I realise that.
On County Council.
That is why I'm saying that.
Yes.
Perhaps you might take a view of it and give
I
it to
think
the Lead Flood Authority.
What I've just heard, I've already done that this morning on 2 applications that are in. What I've heard today is it would appear that they've filled in a dike against planning conditions. And I think it's the planners that need to be looking at and enforcing them to dig it back out.
Yeah, I think I'm digressing, and I think perhaps you are as well. But I did ask a question, you kindly answered it. So any more questions for these guys? No? Thank you very much. So members, quickly, questions to officers, have you got any? Thank you. No burning desire. So now we'll move on to debate. I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you would like to speak, raise your hand. We're in debate. Who would like to kick this off? Councillor Marks, thank you so much.
I have a concern about flooding. Are we now walking into something and giving planning on something that we know there is already historic problems? What guarantee have we got, because we're now going to have a pipe going over somebody's land, that pipe stays empty? We've already heard from the neighbours that they're flooding already. It may not be this gentleman's issue or fault by any means, but it just slightly concerns me that suddenly there's a lot of flooding there that maybe hasn't been there previously. I don't quite understand how we suddenly got some flooding. And the gentleman himself said it took him 7 hours to get rid. That's quite a volume of water, even with a 1,000-litre pump, to get rid of. So I'm really concerned about flooding on this one. And equally, we did turn it down last time. Okay, we've got two properties. I don't really see what's changed, but I'll wait to hear what everybody else has got to say.
Yes, I know flooding's very near to your heart as well. Councillor Marks, as you've been to a meeting today, and I know you take it very, very seriously, and absolutely rightly you should. Anybody else at all? We're in debate, of course. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I mean, other than this being reduced from 3 to 2 properties, it's nothing. It's 11 months since this came before us and we turned it down. We can't say this wasn't the same committee, because it was the same committee. No, it wasn't. No, it was different. Yeah. But I look at it. It's you know, that was turned down before, and I think, like Councillor Marks, we've got flooding issues here. I think we need a little bit more information, which we haven't got. And look at this one. I think this one doesn't have support of the parish council either, which we do take into account. They didn't last time, and they didn't this time.
Yeah, I think I can echo your sentiments there. Nothing's really changed, only just one dwelling down. I think we need to get the issues sorted out first. Once those issues are sorted out, perceived flooding issues are sorted out, perhaps we can look at it in a different light, but we are where we are, and we've got to look at it, what's in front of us today. So just on planning balance, I just feel the officers have got this one right. So I will be going with officer recommendation on this particular occasion.
Yeah, just to make sure everyone's crystal clear, the reasons for refusal don't relate to the ponding of water and dealing with the ponding of water that you've seen in these pictures. Our refusal reason 3 is all about the sequential and exceptions test. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I agree entirely, but it just adds more worry, doesn't it, what we've seen. Anybody else at all? We're still in debate. Anybody like to add to it? No, you've all had the chance. I'm closing the debate.
No, thank you.
I'm looking now to go with officer recommendation to reject this planning, to refuse this planning application. Have I got a proposer? That's Councillor Marks who's proposing it. Have we got a seconder on that one at all? Councillor. A proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application, proposed by Councillor Marks, seconded by Councillor X. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
It's a unanimous decision.
Okay, so that application has been refused. Oh goodness, thank you very much. So I'll just let you get sorted out.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Danny. So, just be on to number 13, we have had a circular that members have a confidential appendix on it to this planning application. If members wish to discuss any part of the confidential part of this application, I will suspend the live stream and ask everybody not directly connected to the application to leave the chamber as soon as possible. Okay? So I'm not trying to hurry the job up. It's up to you guys what you want to do, but I'm going to hand over to David Rowan to present application number 13 and see where we go from here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So, excuse me, agenda item 13 is the siting of a mobile home for residential use and erection of an ancillary day room, land southwest of 92 High Street, Chatteris. Draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated in respect to this item, mainly updating on the changes to the MPPF, as well as obviously the confidential appendix which the Chairman just referred to. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and on the aerial photo. It sits within an established part of Chatteris and is surrounded by existing development. Members will no doubt recall this application being deferred at the August committee meeting to allow for a number of issues to be addressed. So the first issue members wanted clarifying was what was currently on site. So despite the application form indicating that no development had commenced, it transpired that structures were present on the site and that these were being used for residential accommodation. So this plan that's currently on the screen shows the structures currently on site. These comprise a mobile home, day room and utility or washroom. The agent has subsequently then confirmed that the existing mobile home will be repositioned as per the following proposed plan, with all other current structures removed, and a new day room is proposed and also depicted on the proposed plan. And here we have the proposed site plan showing the repositioning of the mobile home and then the new day room installed to replace the existing. And details of that day room are also now shown here. So to move on to photos of the site, the upper left photo shows those structures that are within the site, while the other two images show the access to the site. The lower image particularly is probably of relevance, which shows the visibility on exiting the driveway there, particularly with the visibility to the south, and particularly the pedestrian visibility to the south. Again, here we have further images showing the access, which is the left-hand image. So that's looking sort of from the actual application site itself, if you like, back down the access track towards High Street, and then where the access emerges onto High Street is shown on that upper right image, and then just a further view in the bottom lower right image of the structures within the site. Members previously requested site of the legal advice sought in respect of the gypsy or traveller status of the applicant, and this has been provided in the separate confidential paper, along with comments from the Council's Travel and Diversity Manager, and also the evidence submitted by the applicant's agent upon which these are based. The advice received is that the applicant, or it's considered that the applicant does not meet the definition to be afforded traveller status. With regards to the issue of traveller status, this perhaps needs some further explanation, perhaps, as clearly this is not a, shall we say, a typical traveller site, whereby a site is being put forward in a more rural location, and which would only be acceptable when considered against traveller policy. This site is within the built form of Chatteris, where the broad principle of residential development would be acceptable, and indeed previously an unsuccessful application has been submitted for a residential dwelling on the site. I think it's probably fair to say that really what is being sought here is a possibility of trying to establish a traveller need argument, which could then be used in the planning balance to potentially outweigh the highway safety issue, which has been identified and maintained consistently by the Highway Authority. So effectively highway safety is the recommended reason for refusal rather than traveller status. and it is highway safety and the weight which members wish to attribute to this, which will be the determining factor in the application. So to summarise, originally there were 3 reasons for refusal. On review of the application, they have been whittled down to just the 1 reason, which is the highway safety consideration in terms of visibility, lack of width to the access, as recommended by the Highway Authority and as set out within the officer report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. We have a written representation and 1 speaker on this application. Firstly, I'd ask that Member Services reads the written representation from Jodie Chittock, a supporter of the proposal. So, Jo, when you're ready, thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. Dear Committee, I am Jodie Chittock. I'm the direct neighbour and only neighbour to 84B. I live in 84A. I wrote a statement last time it went to committee back in August, so you can look back and see how this is impacting on my mental health, the not knowing if they have stability and could have to move if not given permission, as I'm worried who will buy this land after the only people who will buy it for sure will be undesirable to Chatteris and the area and will potentially turn it into a business or scrapyard. I can see that the access is your main concern. They will have been here 4 years this summer. I don't see what the access could have a negative impact on from 1 more family. They have already used our access, which is rightfully their right of way, as they are at the top. If they have been there for almost 4 years, as this has been going on for some time now, waiting to go to committee, I don't see why they would get refused when it's been left this long, and therefore they are using the access already and cause no issues. Like I said in my previous statement, they are just a family with 3 children, with 1 to be born in June, wanting to start a life and secure a family property. Please will you consider allowing them to stay? The last 4 years they have been totally respectful and not at all negative impacted the environment or access. I would seriously consider the worst outcome, and that would be, as I say, who buys it after and what they will do with it. They will impact my family and my children, to whom place safely outside the gate. I worry about strangers and their safety with this. I completely support the application, and as I am the direct neighbour, I feel that this should be taken very seriously in what I'm writing and trying to get across to you. Kind regards, Jodie Chittock.
Yep, thank you, Jo. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Green. He's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're nicely seated and ready to go, you'll have 5 minutes. Thank you. I'll just wait for David's quite happy, I think.
Through you, Chairman, I think ultimately it depicts the quantum of development, shall we say, which is proposed on site, subject to some minor tweaks. So I think in terms of the committee having the gist of the proposal, I think I'm satisfied with that.
Okay, so if David's satisfied with it, I certainly am, so crack on, thank you.
Excuse me, could you start again with your microphone on?
I'm speaking on behalf of our client, Mrs. Steer, in support of this application. Now, as you are well aware, that 2 of the reasons were batted away, thankfully, but we are basically left with the issue of highways. Now, I understand that highways officers have a job to be cautious, but we also have already submitted our highways report. And I think the problem here is the one of the difference between percentages and real numbers. If I go from 1 to 2, that's a 100% increase. Here, they're saying that there's going to be roughly 25% increase in vehicle movements. In practice, that means 2 to 3 vehicles a day. That's it. That is what the highways officer says, and that is indeed and indeed admits that it is a modest amount. So going from that, if we now look at what is the most pertinent piece of information, which is the crash map database for High Street. And if you look at the record between 2015 to 2019 inclusive, there have been no accidents at all recorded in that area. And also, in the 4 years that my clients have been living there, they have said there have been absolutely no accidents whatsoever around that entranceway. So even though, yes, they have technically been living there unlawfully, I mean, in practice, what you've had you've had, in effect, a test to see if there's been any further accidents. So really, this is what just committee needs to bear in mind. What you're talking about is 3 vehicle movements a day. So looking on to the forward visibility, it's apparent, and just to read from our report, it is therefore apparent that the forward visibility display within the near traffic lane exceeds the required safe stopping distances by at least 230% from the south. Therefore, any approaching driver from the south will have more than sufficient time to see a vehicle edging forward and either manoeuvre around it or stop safely if required in order to allow it to join or leave High Street. And also, it is also noteworthy that the forward visibility towards an emerging vehicle from the southbound traffic approaching from the north extends 87 metres, which is more than double the 43 metres required under the MFS parameters for a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. Of course, MFS is the Bible for all traffic officers and traffic consultants. Taking the foregoing into account, while it may not be possible to provide the desirable unobstructed visibility provision when considering the guidance continued in Manual for Streets, together with its flexibility and guidance regarding local context and an evidence-based approach, it can only be concluded that the proposed access to the site would provide acceptable and safe visibility displays, which are in fact superior to many of the neighbouring existing accesses and junctions that have demonstrably operated safely for at least 5 years. So having considered the foregoing, unless the Highways Authority chooses to ignore the guidance in Manual for Streets 2, which would be surprising given it appears to accept Manual for Streets is applicable to this case, it can only be concluded that the proposed visibility displays provided are acceptable to maintain safe access in the context of the local highway network. Now, our client has been living there for 4 years, and now, as I say, I appreciate their presence has been unlawful, but their information gives you the information you need to make a balanced judgment on what is a gypsy site. Now, I also need to tell you that we still vehemently disagree that with the suggestion that our clients do not have gypsy status. We believe they do, and we are quite happy to see that pursued further. So, committee, on the basis of the information you've had before you, on the basis that we have supplied very convincing arguments that the
You have 30 seconds.
That the highways access is acceptable in practice, then I would urge you to support this application. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Green. Right, members, questions, clarifications, if you have any to Mr. Green. And we've got Councillor Marks.
Thank you. To be fair, I feel it's irrelevant whether it's a gypsy site, whether it's whatever. I have no issue with that whatsoever. My issue is I drive that road most days. I know the junction where the vehicles come out. I will question, you are saying that there is no recorded accident data. I will accept that. However, we have an accident black spot near where we live, and we're quite surprised that the police never, quite often, do not report. So I would take exception to that, bearing in mind there was a Freilander parked across the road that had been smashed into. There was a Volvo that's had its wing mirrors taken off. So my concern is, I'm not sure where your data is 100%, but I'll run with that. My biggest concern is coming out of town where the wall is. If you've got a pushchair, you literally, somebody with a pushchair, I've seen it done when driving lorries, they literally, that is my concern more than anything else. I have no plan, regarding the planning itself, but I worry really regarding the entrance and exit.
Thank you for that. I think you have to bear in mind this is an active driveway anyway. That therefore you have an entranceway that is already in use, and therefore you are simply adding 2 to 3 vehicle movements a day onto that is not that pedestrians will be aware that this is an access way in use because of existing usage by existing owners and also by council vehicles.
May I come back to you on that? I'm sure adults, children on bicycles that are using the pavement may not be, mobility scooters as well. I think there is just this issue on that point, on the pavement. You literally are on a blind as you come into that. You're also saying you add 1 to 2 vehicle, 2 to 3 vehicle movements. That only takes one to have an accident.
Is that a question? Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. You finished, Councillor Marks. Anybody else? I've got some comments to make. Probably best to leave it in the debate, but I'm going to take Councillor Miffordin. You're going to do the debate as well, are you? Any more questions then for Mr. Green? No, thank you, Mr. Green. Questions to officers? Thank you. Oh, yeah. sorry. Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at Mr. Green. Don't worry about me, Councillor French.
Yeah.
I'm just getting old and decrepit. Carry on, please.
Yeah, Joe did read out the letter from the supporter saying this has gone on for 4 years. Well, that's very interesting. The planning application was only applied for 2 years ago, and looking at it, it was the tail end of 2022. So, am I correct that that application was submitted 2 years ago, not 4 years ago? So there was a 2-year gap that they're occupying it without.
Through you, Chairman, yes, it's an application that was submitted in 2022.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions to officers at all? No? No, thank you very much. I'm going to open this up for debate then. In the material planning considerations, Councillor Marks, thank you.
I feel sorry for a very young family who want to live somewhere, and I don't have an issue regarding any of the planning issue apart from the access. This is such a 50-50. My biggest concern is we sit here today, we pass this, somebody gets injured or hurt going forward. However, I feel for the family who need to live somewhere and they've started their home there. I really don't know which way I will vote on this at the present time. I'd like to hear other opinions of, because it doesn't come down to whether it's a gypsy site, whether it's whatever, whatever that is. If that was a 3-bed bungalow, whatever, or a 2-bed bungalow, we would still be having the same conversation. And my heart goes out to these people because they've made that their home. If we could find a way of just that access being sorted, I would happily say, yeah. But at the minute, I'd like to hear what other people have to say.
Yeah, I'll come in there then. I feel exactly the same as Councillor Marks. These good guys have got to live somewhere. But Chatteris Town Council recommend refusal. Exactly the same as us. Access, unsuitable, poor visibility for vehicles leaving the site as the opening is too narrow and I bend on the road. County Council on 5.3 go on to say 2 recently refused plan applications for dwelling in the same location. Both applications were refused on highway safety grounds, among other considerations. Well, we know they've been battered away, but
highway safety grounds is still there. If we could find, and we can't because we've got to look what's in front of us, but hypothetically, if we could find another way into this site without worrying about highway safety, I would be first hand up on this one. But I do worry about what the highways say. I worry about what Chatteris Council say, because highways are so-called experts, and Chatteris Council are extremely local and they know the road far better than I do. But again, I'll listen to what anybody else has got to say, but at the minute I am tending to lead towards refusal on this, only because of highways, not because of any travellers, scrapyards or anything else. No disrespect to anybody, it's just highway grounds as far as I'm concerned. But I'm quite happy to listen to anyone else. Councillor Marks?
Is there any way, sorry, and this is probably towards Nick and David, and we want to give as much help as we can here, is there any way we can think of that we can go back to highways, talk to highways, defer this today? I know deferral is not always the right way. However, we seem to just have the one stumbling block. I know we can't take the building down. We'll never be able to do that. So, but is there anything else, that somebody's got that we can come up with to make that junction? And it just purely comes down to that one piece of wall. As to, is there anything anybody can think of so we can help this family? Because they're a family who want to live there. They're living there. And I for one don't want to be turning this down. But it's just, we just need that bit of help, if that makes sense. Over to you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Alex may have something to add to the party.
It's the only way we can put a domed mirror at the top of the road.
They're not, Camps County Council, unfortunately, they won't allow it on the highway, unfortunately. I've tried that in Doddington on the clock corner and got absolutely nowhere. Well, I got absolutely no, you're not going to do it. But
no, it's probably not.
It's a good thought. It's a good thought, but I'm sort of devoid of any how we can do this. But perhaps Nick, I know, or David can throw some light on it. I am so sorry, though.
Through you, Chairman, just to make reference really to the report that's in front of you, and clearly you've got two sort of sets of highway comments. So there's a set on the 14th of November. There's then been a further set of comments provided on the basis of additional information that's been given to highways, and that they are maintaining that position. So I think unfortunately the committee is in a position where it's either got to go along with the recommended course of action from the Highway Authority, or he's got to go against the Highway Authority. And I don't really see that there's any other option particularly.
Councillor Mark.
We look at that bottom left-hand picture, and the problem is the pavement just narrows at the wrong point. If that came out another metre, then anybody with a pushchair or whatever will be a metre further out. So a vehicle pulling out of there, there must be something, but I don't know. I really am at the point where it's safety, highway safety, which we've read here. Unfortunately, these people are not living there, and that just doesn't seem right. Whether we can go back to Cams Highway, whether the agent can actually come back with a different proposal. I know, David. In the cold clear light of day, we should say yes or no. However, just at this point in time, we're looking at a family sitting there. I know we shouldn't bring emotion into it. I know that, but I think on this occasion, we need to be mindful.
No, unfortunately, I can't accept that unless the solicitor can advise me on that.
It's your discretion.
Okay, yeah, I am. I'm at a loss for this. So I don't do this, I'm going to take advice from the solicitor, and he says I'm able to do that.
Well, if the applicant is able to add something constructive to the debate, then
Right. So I'm going to do this. I think we're all looking sad, and if you can bring something to the debate, please do so. If you'd just like to address the committee, I do apologise, but just for protocol's sake. Let him just bring something to the table, because he might. Thank you, Mr.
The suggestion is that if we apply for a section 278 regarding the entranceway, so that we can widen the pavement.
Does that go some way of answering your question?
No, it doesn't. Can I ask a question now?
Go on.
In your statement, you did say that the local authority, correct me if I'm wrong, the council uses that road as well for services?
No.
That is correct. Well, for the refuse lorry, this was what in the discussions that we had on one of the conditions that were or reasons for refusal that were actually removed, because it was discovered that the council refuse lorry actually travels up and down that lane.
Okay. If they
there's no way a refuge lorry is getting down there. I'm sorry.
No, not even the small refuse
Absolutely
lorry.
not. It might be a private one, but it's definitely not Fenland's. Can't get down there.
Hang on, we'll let's wind back a bit. David would like to have an answer, give you an answer about the refuge lorry.
Well, if I may jump in,
You may.
and maybe kill two birds with one stone, it is that what has been suggested by the agent is a 278 agreement to make some harbour alterations to improve the visibility display. So I think if committee want to take the bait on that, then what you'd have to do is to defer a decision and then get an indicative 278 drawing that would be consulted on, and then we could see whether or not it would work or not. And then at the same time, I'll find out whether or not an FDC refuse wagon goes up there or not.
Okay. That seems fair to me. I can't see any. I don't know if any. Sorry.
Councillor French.
Yeah, Councillor French.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this, but as I said to you this morning, I was with highway officers this morning and talking about a 278. You are aware it's not just signing a 278, you're going to have to pay for the whole thing.
We are aware of costs of 278. We are a planning consultancy. We
are aware of that.
I've already very briefly spoken to our client and told them that there would be costs involved. I mean, that may well be one of the if that's a stumbling block, then that's. But at least we can come back and we've looked at that option to see whether it was whether it was viable.
Okay, so as I said, I feel very sorry, really. Oh, I'll do Councillor Hicks and I'll sum it all up. Thank you.
From my perspective, in the interest of fair play, I'd like to be seen to be given the opportunity to do that action, and then look at it again. And then if that wasn't appropriate, then we can make another decision later. Okay. I think that's only right and fair to do that.
Yeah, that's fine, because highways are that's the crux of the matter, isn't it? Really, that's the whole lot of the matter. Nothing else is in the way, is it? So, yep, that's a fair suggestion. I'm going to bring Councillor Marks in because you're happy with that then. So, right, so I'm going to get on. So,
yeah, but do you actually know the width of the drive?
I don't know the width.
Because it won't, if somebody tells us the width, we'll know whether a waste lorry was up there or not. 11 foot. 11 foot, there's no.
Just, well, if we defer it, like Councillor Hicks and Councillor Marks has suggested we do, we can find all that out if it's not that quickly available before it comes back to committee again. Does that seem fair?
That seems a bit buys us a bit more time to investigate
so-
it further.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Would you like to add anything onto it before I bring in officers?
To be fair, I think it's incidental whether the dust cart goes up there or not. Okay, it's whatever vehicle comes out of that gateway onto it, just coming past that point where we are saying on the corner. I mean, I honestly think at the minute the best way forward personally is we do a deferral, we work with yourselves and try and get it, because the last thing we want to do is see a family out of any home, and we need to give help where it's required.
So, anybody want to add to this debate before we close it? I'm mindful of nearly 6 o'clock. Okay, so I'm going to close this debate then. Would you like to come in to say anything else? So thank you very much for adding some clarity to that. So I'm going to carry on. Do I have a proposer to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this planning application? We've got to go down that route, even though it looks as though a referral is favourite. So have I got a proposal for that? It doesn't seem as I have. So can somebody else make another proposal? Councillor Marks.
I propose we defer this for further information from Highways and the agent going off and coming back with a scheme that we believe, or he believes, will work and satisfy what we require.
Okay, so I think I'm going to take that as firm proposal, and I'm going to say Councillor Hicks will obviously second that. So I am going to defer this application. Well, I'm going to vote on it. Well, it looks as though we're all happy to. We're going to defer this application by Councillor Marks, second by Councillor Hicks. Can we have a show of hands on that condition? Councillor, that's it. So that application has been deferred. Thank you very much. So that.
Sorry, can we, obviously Councillor Hicks and myself, work with the applicant and also planning to try and get this?
I think you can work with the planning. Obviously, you can't work with the applicant, can you?
No, with the planner. Sorry. So if we can hear back
through you, Chairman. In very simple terms, what happens is planning agent instructs a transport engineer to design something that gets popped under the nose of the highway engineers at county, and county go, yes, that's fine, or they go, no, it isn't, but if you make these changes, that should fix it, or they'll say, I'm sorry, I can't see that ever working, and still recommend refusal. So that's the way it would play out in one of those scenarios.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, for saying that and to clarifying that. But we all know where we are now. And all I can say is thank you very much, everybody. It's been a long old meeting. Thank you, everyone. And I'll shut it down about 6 o'clock. Thanks very much.